Sand and Stone, written by Lena Simone. The desert stretched in every direction like a boundless sea of gold under a pale, unearthly glow. Half buried in the sand, Delaney's body was curled tight, her knees drawn to her chest as though she were trying to shield herself from the vastness of her surroundings. Silence wrapped itself around her, dense and unbroken, except for the soft rustle of shifting sand and the distant whisper of wind. She forced her eyes open and immediately squinted at two piercing lights blazing in the sky, twin stars so bright they blurred her vision. Their brilliance made it impossible to tell whether they hovered just above her or burned somewhere impossibly far away. She raised a trembling hand to shield her eyes, but the glow still seared through. The earth beneath her shivered. She froze, listening. A new sound emerged, a low, steady whir that seemed to pulse through her ribs. She pushed herself upright, stretching her legs free of the sand, scanning the horizon. That was when she saw it, a ripple shifting beneath the surface, sinuous and deliberate, arrowing straight toward her. Her chest tightened. She scrambled to her feet, and grains of sand clung to her arms, clothes, and skin. The hum deepened, vibrating through her bones, throwing off her balance. The ground buckled, and waves of sand rose and collapsed around her, rattling her teeth with their force. She fell back to her knees, her fingers dug into the shifting earth as she fought to steady herself. It felt like the desert was swallowing her whole. She opened her mouth to scream, but no sound came out. Just as the desert seemed ready to split apart, her eyes flew open. Delaney lurched upright in bed. Her heart hammered against her ribs, her breath caught in ragged bursts. The echo of the dream clung to her like static, sharp, persistent, and impossible to shake. Pressing a hand to her chest, she sat in the dark, begging her body to slow its frantic rhythm. "Just a dream," she whispered. But the words didn't sound convincing, not even to her. "You're fine. It'll stop. Just like before." She swung her legs over the edge of the bed and sat for a long moment, staring into the quiet. The dreams had been coming for months now, vivid, unsettling, refusing to fade, and lately they were coming more and more often. Or maybe, she muttered, Kieran's right. Maybe it's PTSD. The thought lingered as she pushed herself to her feet and walked to the bathroom. She undressed as a comforting mist began to fog the mirror as the shower warmed. She stepped under the spray, letting the hot water batter her skin until the tightness in her muscles loosened, until the sharp edges of the dream blurred and slipped away with the rising steam. By the time she stepped out, she felt more herself again, steady, almost. She dressed in black slacks and a crisp blouse, smoothing the fabric over her hips. The simple ritual helped. Straight lines, clean seams, control. She caught her reflection in the mirror. She looked tired, but collected enough to pass for normal. Her hands swept over the outfit again, smoothing creases that weren't there, as though reassurance could be pressed into the seams. Her thoughts drifted to her sister. I should tell her I had the dream again. Kieran always had a way of grounding her, of cutting through her spirals with patience and blunt honesty. She'd listen, then probably laugh it off, reminding her she'd always had a dramatic imagination, especially after last year. Still, the thought of sharing it, of hearing Kieran's voice steady the leftover dread, didn't seem like a bad idea. I'll call her later, she decided. She tossed her phone into her purse, grabbed her keys, and locked the door behind her. As she walked to her car, her mind shifted toward the day ahead at the museum. Whatever the dream meant, it could wait. Work wouldn't. The Smithsonian stood like a monument to memory, its red sandstone towers catching the morning light, glowing with quiet authority. To Delaney, it had always felt less like a museum, and more like a fortress guarding the world's stories. Inside, the marble rotunda opened around her, vast and cool. Her footsteps echoed softly as she looked up, tracing the ceiling's intricate carvings that spiraled toward the dome. Every display case she passed seemed to hum with presence, bits of pottery, tools, scrolls, each one carrying whispers of the lives that had come before. This wasn't just a workplace where you clocked in and stared at cubicle walls all day. Everything was important, and that mattered to Delaney. It was a place that made sense to her. A sanctuary built on the idea that nothing truly disappears if it's remembered. So, like every morning for the last year, She moved through the halls with a sense of purpose, ready to lose herself in the work, and in the quiet mentorship of Professor Kai Nakamura, the museum's curator. When she reached his office, he was already there, sitting behind his oversized oak desk buried under books, artifacts, and a half-empty coffee mug. Despite his handsome features, the sharp cut of his suit, and his muscular build, there was something disarmingly human about him. Maybe it was the slight hunch of his shoulders, or the habitual push of his glasses up the bridge of his nose, or the warmth in his dark eyes. "Good morning, Miss Smith," he said, his voice smooth and deep, the kind that seemed to settle into the room. "Morning, Professor," she replied, setting her bag on a nearby chair. Her eyes wandered over the papers and the notes pinned to the wall, then stopped on something near the window. A stone. It sat on a low table, about the size of a small watermelon, dark and dense, almost absorbing the light around it. The surface was smooth but marked with delicate carvings, symbols that looked both ancient and alive. For a moment, she thought she saw them shift, glowing faintly under the lamplight. "Interesting, isn't it?" Nakamura said, following her gaze. "It arrived yesterday, recovered near Luxor. I've been studying it all morning. It's unlike anything I've ever encountered." Delaney stepped closer, drawn in despite herself. The air near the stone seemed to hum softly, a low vibration that she felt more than heard. The symbols etched across its surface weren't familiar, not entirely, but something about them stirred a memory she couldn't place. One symbol near the center caught her attention. It appeared to be an Ouroboros, though there was something odd about it. Around the serpent, a broken ring of hieroglyphs clung to the stone, Egyptian but badly eroded. What remained looked like a sequence, numbers, maybe 1 through 5, but it was blurred enough to make her doubt her own reading. The light in the room flickered. She blinked and realized that the faint orange glow she saw radiating from the carvings wasn't reaching Nakamura at all. He sat calmly, speaking about carbon dating and material analysis, completely unaware. But Delaney could feel it, the pulse of something old and alive moving just beneath the surface of the stone. Nakamura leaned back in his chair, his fingers steepled in thought. Without context, it's hard to say what its purpose was, he began, his tone measured. But the symbols clearly point to Egyptian influence. See here. He stood, moving toward Delaney and the stone with careful steps, the low light catching on his glasses. The Ba, he continued, gesturing to the 2 matching symbols carved side by side, represents the life force. The Egyptians believed it was what connected the soul between life and death. Seeing 2 of them together like this, facing each other, is unusual. It could mean a doubling of energy, or maybe a link between 2 souls. Or, he added with a faint, thoughtful pause, something more symbolic. He bent slightly, narrowing his eyes as he examined the next carving. His hand hovered over the stone, careful not to touch. "And this," he murmured, tracing the air above a sinuous shape, "appears to be an Ouroboros." He hesitated. "Except this one's different." He leaned closer, studying the uneven coils. Normally, the Ouroboros forms a perfect circle, endless and balanced. But here, he pointed to where the serpent's head stopped short of its tail. "It doesn't complete the loop. The circle's broken. The head's turned away, the body uneven." He straightened, the crease between his brows deepening. "It's as if the renewal, the cycle, is interrupted." Delaney leaned closer, her brows knitting as she traced the uneven carving with her eyes. "This could suggest decay," Nakamura said quietly, his tone thoughtful. "A break in the natural order, an incomplete cycle. Or," he paused, studying the stone. As with the Ba symbols below, could mean something entirely different. An intentional distortion. "Why?" Delaney asked, glancing up at him. He straightened, considering her words, then nodded slightly before frowning again. "Good question. Look here." He tapped lightly near the base of the carving. "The Ouroboros sits above the Ba symbols. That's unusual. It's normally drawn around something, encircling, protecting, but this one almost looms over them." Delaney's voice dropped to a whisper. "A fracture in something meant to be joined, souls tethered, bound, but no longer in balance." Nakamura leaned in again, and his eyes narrowed behind his glasses. "Yes," he said slowly. "It definitely feels more like dominance than balance. Like the serpent isn't part of the cycle, it's controlling it." as if it's feeding on the life force instead of sustaining it. The faint glow of the carvings pulsed again, subtle but alive. A chill crept over Delaney's skin and she swallowed hard, forcing herself to stay composed even as unease prickled along her spine. The professor's words echoed in her head: dominance, interruption, imbalance. Something about the stone felt wrong. Powerful, but wrong. "I'd like to know more about it," she said finally, keeping her tone even. "Is it possible for me to help with the analysis?" Nakamura looked up, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. "Actually, I was hoping you'd say that. I've already submitted a request for you to join the study. I want you to lead the cataloging work, if we can get clearance." He hesitated. "The approval list is very limited. The contributor is particular about access." He gave a small shrug. "But I'll keep you posted." "Thank you," Delaney said softly. "I won't let you down." He nodded, returning his attention to the notes scattered across his desk. As he did, Delaney reached into her bag, and felt around inside until her fingers brushed against her phone. She pulled it out discreetly, and unlocked the screen and quickly typed out a message. "Here, call me." She hesitated a moment, her thumb hovering over the send button as her eyes flicked back toward the glowing stone. She dropped her gaze back to the screen, hit send, and slid her phone into her back pocket. Later that evening, back in her apartment, Delaney barely set her bag down before heading straight to her art room. Unfortunately, she knew there was no real guarantee Professor Nakamura would be able to get her access to the artifact, even with his confidence in her. Luckily, she didn't have to wait. Her sketches had always been her way of thinking, of remembering. So, she knew if she got the images down while they were still sharp in her mind, she could study them later, on her own terms. Delaney didn't just draw to capture images, she drew to decipher herself. For as long as she could remember, when a feeling or emotion grew too complex or unshaped to name, she sketched it first. It was her way of materializing a puzzle piece that lived only in sensation. Putting it on paper made it tangible, something she could turn in her hands instead of her head, letting her finally see where it fit in the larger picture. It wasn't just a habit or comfort, it was a necessary process, one she came to rely on to make meaning out of complexity. She flicked on the light and scanned the room. She would always be a New Yorker, and combined with the newfound guardian in her, she could never skip that step. Everything looked as it should, paintings and sketches pinned in uneven rows across the walls, a careful kind of chaos that made perfect sense to her. Satisfied, she turned the light back off, leaving only the amber glow of her desk lamp to cut through the dimness. She settled into the chair, drawing it close with a soft scrape, the motion so familiar it barely registered. Her fingers reached automatically for her graphite pencil, worn short, and sharpened just enough. She turned it once between her fingertips before opening her sketchbook to a blank page. Pausing a moment, she ran her fingers over the cool paper. Closing her eyes, she released a long breath, inadvertently emphasizing the silence in the room. Then, her hand moved before thought could catch it. She began the way she always did, whisper light graphite lines, barely grazing the surface as she sketched form without commitment. She let her wrist stay loose, drawing shapes the way her art professor had taught her years ago, form first, truth later. The first bow emerged in suggestion, wings mapped in broad arcs, the body implied rather than defined. Only when the proportions felt right did she press harder, letting the graphite darken with intention. Feathers followed, one by one, her wrist adjusted instinctively, soft flicks for down, firmer strokes for flight feathers. The face slowed her. Faces always did. She worked carefully, lifting and returning the pencil, layering pressure and release, building depth without forcing it. The second bow came easier. She approached it with a gentler touch, a softer jaw, longer hair, and wings widened as if it were allowed more space to breathe. "They're practically touching," she whispered, her voice thin. "Almost one, but not quite." She caught herself thinking of her twin brothers, inseparable in ways she could never quite define. Maybe it was that same closeness she sensed between the two boss symbols, or maybe it was the eerie glow the stone gave off in Nakamura's office. Whatever it was, the feeling curled low in her stomach, uneasy and personal. She pressed her fingers to her temple. Could this have something to do with them? Are they in some kind of danger? The sketch stared back at her, more revealing than she'd ever intended, and for a moment, the room felt colder. She pushed back from the desk and walked to the kitchen, needing distance, needing something to steady her thoughts. As she grabbed a wine glass out of the cabinet and set it down, the clink against the marble felt obnoxiously loud in the quiet space. I should turn the TV on or something, she thought. But she didn't. Her mind was too preoccupied. Instead, she continued filling her glass with red wine. She took a slow sip, letting the warmth settle her. She moved to put the bottle back in the cabinet, thought twice, pulled the cork once more, and refilled her glass before carrying it back to her workspace. Setting it beside the sketchbook, she exhaled and picked up her pencil again. Her hand hovered for a moment over the page before she moved on to the Ouroboros, the image that had lingered sharpest and most vividly in her mind since the moment she first laid eyes on the Luxor stone. This one had unsettled her in a way she couldn't quite articulate. It felt wrong, or rather, incomplete. It's what made the two Ba symbols feel so vulnerable and at risk of something. She began at the head, light strokes shaping bone and intent, sharpening the eye until it stared back with unsettling awareness. Next she started on the two elegant arcs that curled back from its skull. The gesture demanded her full attention. She drew them in soft, layered strokes, building each curve gradually, letting the silhouette emerge through repetition, not force. She paused occasionally, lifting her pencil, comparing the shape against the image burned into her mind. The body followed in slow spirals, built patiently. The repetition should have calmed her. Instead, it wound her tighter. She lightly mapped the path of the serpent's curve, then returned to deepen the lines in increments, each stroke laying another scale, another segment, another sinuous twist. When she reached the tail, she stopped. It didn't meet the mouth. Her pencil hovered, then withdrew. The gap remained, clean, deliberate. She darkened it slightly, emphasizing what was missing, rather than what was there. The cycle was broken, not by damage, not by time, but by design. Why leave it open? Why break the cycle? What is it trying to say? At the museum, Nakamura had suggested it could be decay, erosion, or centuries of damage. That explanation had been plausible then. But here, staring at the clean lines on her page, and relying on instinct and memory, she knew better. The gap wasn't erosion. It was a message. But, from who? What kind of power interrupts a cycle that's meant to never end? And why? The questions piled faster than she could sort them. She set the pencil aside abruptly, almost too abruptly, and grabbed her phone with a trembling hand. She snapped a photo of the sketch, zooming in on the gap, on the fangs, on the horns, as if the closer she looked, the more sense it would make. She set her phone on the desk, and the lock screen lit up. The time made her pause. She blinked in surprise. She hadn't realized how late it had gotten, or that she'd gone the entire day without eating. Right on cue, her stomach gave a low, reprimanding growl. "All right, calm down," she murmured, grabbing her phone, opening the food app. Within seconds, she placed her usual order from her favorite local restaurant, soya chicken and Chinese broccoli, with a special request for 5 fortune cookies, an old habit from having to split them with her siblings. The confirmation pinged softly, and with dinner on its way, she decided a quick shower would help her reset. The shower steamed around her. Warm water slid slowly over her skin, easing tight muscles, and softening the sharp edges of the day. She tilted her head back beneath the spray, eyes closed, letting it trace familiar paths along her shoulders and spine, lingering where tension had settled. For a few quiet moments, there was nothing else, just heat, breath, and the steady rhythm of water. Stepping back into the cooler air felt like crossing some kind of polar threshold. Her breath caught, and a shiver chased down her spine, and she quickly wrapped herself in a towel. Without fully drying off, she pulled on an old Radiohead tour tee, and a comfortable pair of stretch pants. The damp fabric clung at the edges, a quiet reminder of the heat she'd just left behind. Whoever invented leggings, she said to no one, better have gotten a Nobel Peace Prize. She ran her fingers through her wet curls, detangling them as drops of water traced the lines of her shoulders and spine. She was just smoothing her hands over the fabric of her t-shirt when the doorbell rang. "And this is why I love fast food," she said, rushing to the door. She peered through the peephole. The brown paper bag sat neatly on the mat, but no one was there. "Perfect," she murmured, unlocking the door. The plan was simple. Grab the bag, close the door, eat. But that plan evaporated the second she looked up and saw Cyrus standing by his apartment door, fiddling with his keys. Startled, she let out an embarrassingly small yelp as she bent for the bag and nearly missed it entirely. "You okay there?" he asked, not looking up right away as his key clicked in the lock. Yeah, totally fine," she said quickly, standing with her food in hand. "Just my pride jumping out of my body," she thought. Her brain caught up just in time to remind her she was wearing an old shirt, her hair was still dripping wet, and her face was probably still flushed from the shower. Cyrus looked up then, and as usual, the hallway suddenly felt smaller. He had that effect. From the moment she met him, she felt oddly aware of herself, like she was watching, instead of just looking. She couldn't help it. Her attention kept drifting back to him, taking him in piece by piece. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and built with an ease that couldn't be faked. The man moved like he belonged in another era entirely, something between a warrior and a poet, and the dim light only made it worse. It caught the edges of his chiseled jaw, the faint smirk he wore like a secret, and those ice-blue eyes that she thought of for days after they first met. A damp chestnut wave fell across his forehead, and for one ridiculous moment, Delaney had to fight the urge to brush it back, just to see if his skin felt as warm as he looked. Her gaze drifted lower, past the gray athletic shirt that stretched a little too perfectly over his chest, to the black sweatpants hanging just low enough to make her question if he wore it like that on purpose, or if it was dangerously effortless. She caught herself staring, unfortunately, a fraction too late. She felt his attention shift before she looked up, a subtle change in the air that told her she'd already been noticed. When their eyes met, there was no surprise in his expression. Only recognition. Caught. For fuck's sake, Delaney, she thought. He cleared his throat softly, deliberately. "Yes?" he asked. Not smug, not teasing outright. Just amused, warm, confident in a way that made it worse. Her spine stiffened. "I was just comparing fabrics," he offered, glancing down at her outfit as if it were a perfectly reasonable explanation. His mouth curved into a smirk. Then he stepped closer, not rushed, slow and intentional, until he was standing directly in front of her, close enough that she could feel the heat of him. "Yours looks softer," he said. As he spoke, his fingers hooked casually into the hem of his shirt. He lifted it just enough to expose a strip of skin, warm, smooth, undeniably real. The movement was effortless, almost absent-minded, but it did exactly what he intended. Her gaze dipped before she could stop it, drawn low by instinct. Heat hit her cheeks so fast she almost forgot how to swallow. "Want to check?" he added, smiling, again not smug, not mocking. Just pleased with himself. She cleared her throat, grasping for dignity. "You're very sure of yourself. I was actually, admiring your choice of reading." Only then did she notice the book in his hand, The Great Gatsby. Of course, it's Gatsby. She was starting to think F. Scott Fitzgerald was stalking her. Cyrus glanced down at the book in his hand, then back up at Delaney, and his lips formed a slow smile. "The book, huh?" he said with a soft laugh. "One of my favorites, actually. Third time reading it." He lifted it slightly with pride. Unable to resist, Delaney raised a brow. "Third time? Looking for the charm?" He chuckled, the sound low and unhurried. He gave a small, teasing wink. "Maybe." Leaning against her door frame, he thumbed the edge of the book thoughtfully. "But honestly, it's one of those stories that makes you think about what really matters in life. The kind that sticks." Delaney hesitated, a flicker of memory crossing her face before she smiled. "Yeah, I've heard it described that way before." Yup, she thought, Fitzgerald was definitely stalking her. Cyrus tilted his head slightly, studying her for a moment, then broke the quiet with an easy grin. "So," he said, in a casual but deliberate voice, "I'm pretty sure you owe me a coffee." Her brows lifted. "Do I?" He pointed at the takeout bag in her hand. "But maybe," he said, drawing out the words just enough, "we could settle for dinner instead." Delaney looked down at the bag, smiling despite herself. "Dinner instead of coffee, huh?" Gathering her courage, she added lightly, "Sure, dinner sounds great." Something about Cyrus always made her feel a strange mix of nerves and boldness, like she couldn't decide whether to run or stay perfectly still. After a moment, she managed, "How about this weekend?" His smirk deepened, and he pushed off the doorframe with that effortless grace of his. "This weekend it is." He turned to walk to his apartment door, then paused to look back at her. "And yes," he added with a smirk, "you do owe me." She laughed softly as she closed her door, still smiling. For a moment, she leaned against it, her heart doing that stupid fluttering thing she pretended not to notice. Her eyes drifted to her artboard, and there he was, staring back at her from a sketch she'd drawn months ago. After they had run into him at the coffee shop last summer, she'd told herself sketching who Kieran had dubbed Mystery Neighbor would get him out of her head. It didn't. And it really didn't help that Kieran later discovered he lived across the hall. The teasing had lasted weeks. Delaney chuckled under her breath, shaking her head as she walked back to her art room. She grabbed the glass of Merlot she left by her sketches, and carried both her drink and food to the small round table by the window in her living room. Like most surfaces in her apartment, it had become a makeshift desk, cluttered with scattered papers, junk mail, and her laptop. She sat down and nudged the mess aside, balancing her plate on one knee as she pulled out her phone and dialed Warden's number. Since everything that happened last year at Renwick, she and Warden had become unlikely friends. For all his science and logic, he'd done something few others probably would, he believed her. When she told him about Solveig, about Vidar, the Draugr, and the Veil, she half expected him to have her evaluated. And to be fair, he did question her sanity at first. She couldn't blame him. If she hadn't lived it, she wouldn't have believed it either. But eventually, the evidence, and maybe her conviction, won him over. Though she was pretty sure it was the evidence. "Watson," Warden greeted when he picked up, the nickname warm but deliberate. It had started as a casual joke during one of their early debates, a nod to her habit of noticing what others overlooked and voicing the question no one else thought to ask. Over the past year, as they exchanged theories, challenged each other's assumptions, and quietly pulled one another out of more than a few academic tangles, the name had stuck. Delaney let out a small breath, more amused than surprised. "I'm glad you called," he continued, his tone sharpening with purpose. "I could use your input on something. There's a family I'd like you to talk to, the Terricks." "Hey, sorry it's so late, I intended to call you this afternoon," Delaney said, stabbing a piece of broccoli with a plastic fork. "But today was, well, I'm not even sure yet. I'll fill you in later if it turns into anything. Tell me about the family." "Well," Warden began, his tone shifting to that steady calm she'd come to know, "it's a family of 4. The father, first name Sia, teaches ESL abroad. They've been living in Egypt for several years. The mother, Yasmin, was an archivist at the Nile Research Institute, but stays home now with their 2 young sons. According to them, everything started after their boys brought home an object they found on a class trip. The parents didn't think much of it, figured it was harmless, and let them keep it. But soon after, Darius began having what appeared to be epileptic fits. The strange thing is, Cairo began to exhibit the same symptoms shortly afterward." Delaney straightened slightly in her chair. "Both boys?" "Yes," Warden confirmed. "The doctors can't find any medical cause. They're calling it stress-induced seizures, but the parents insist it's tied to that object." Delaney set down her glass, her curiosity sharpening. An object causing unexplained seizures in 2 children? She leaned back slowly. "Okay, you've got my attention. What kind of object are we talking about? And why are they so sure it's the cause?" Delaney asked, fascination threaded through her voice. "I'll send you a photo," Warden said. A short pause followed before her phone buzzed with a message, and he continued, "It's carved from wood, looks like the head of an animal with 3 eyes. One in the center of its forehead." Delaney opened the image and blinked. "Well, that's not ominous at all," she muttered, squinting at the strange carving. "I asked them the same thing," Warden continued, answering her second question. "Apparently, during the first incident, Darius was sitting at the dinner table, holding the object. They said he suddenly went still, distant, then became agitated, shouting, demanding to know where he was. When they tried to calm him, he started convulsing and foaming at the mouth. They tried to pull the thing out of his hands, but he wouldn't let go. He gripped it so tightly it cut into his palm. Even at the hospital, they couldn't pry it loose. Delaney frowned. Interesting, she said, dragging the word out. Miraculously, when his brother Cairo walked into the room, Darius just stopped. Sat up like nothing happened and handed him the object. Warden paused. The next day, the exact same thing happened again, but this time, it was Cairo. Delaney let out a low breath. Okay, so, that's unsettling. So whatever this object is, the energy is tied to them somehow. She tapped her screen, opening the photo again. What in the world? What kind of animal is this? Warden gave a short, uneasy laugh. I'm not entirely sure. Looks mammalian, but beyond that, I couldn't tell you. I'd be happy to talk to them, she said after a moment. Do you think the parents and the boys would be up for speaking with me? I don't see why not. I'll arrange it, he replied quickly. Okay, I'll be home around 7 tomorrow evening. Does that work for them? It'll be 1 in the morning their time, but it shouldn't be a problem, Warden said, his tone turning brisk. It's strange, yes, but not life-threatening at the moment. 7 should be fine. I'll confirm with them. Wait, 1 in the morning? Delaney frowned, chewing the inside of her cheek. That's way too late for young boys. I can take my lunch around 2, let's do that instead. It won't give us much time, but I'd rather not keep them up, especially if I can't offer anything real to help them. Fair enough, Warden said. 2 o'clock your time. I'll have everything ready. And Delaney, his tone softened just slightly, anything you can do will help. They'll appreciate it. She said, but the line was already dead. She sighed. Right. Bye to you too, she muttered, spearing another piece of broccoli with her fork before popping it into her mouth. As she took a sip of wine, she reached for her phone to call Kieran, only for it to buzz in her hand. Ezra. He didn't even let her say hello. Shush. She picked up. Laney, we have a serious question for you. Delaney immediately braced herself for something unserious. Hey, Ezra, she said, already smiling. Define serious. Listen, her younger brother said, in a tone way too dramatic. If you were alone in the woods at night, would you rather be deaf or blind? She laughed. Okay, first of all, why am I alone in the woods at night? That's exactly what I said, she heard True call out from the background. Hey little sister, Delaney greeted. Just answer, Ezra pressed, undeterred. We're having a serious debate and we need a tiebreaker. All right, she thought for a moment, playing along. I'd rather be blind. Not being able to hear something creeping up on you in the woods sounds like a horror movie waiting to happen. No fun, unless of course, you are the Blair Witch. Plus, it's already dark, so you would be relying less on vision and more on sound anyway, right? Thank you, Laney. See, True? Logic prevails. You can't see sounds, Ezra declared triumphantly, sounding as if he turned his head from the phone to taunt True. True groaned audibly. First of all, technically you can. Second, it's a dumb scenario, easy. And for the record, I saw a survival show where a hearing-impaired woman outlasted everyone else, so, whatever. You can't make a blanket statement like that. Delaney laughed, shaking her head. So it's just you two tonight? Elias bail on you again? Now, Ezra said in mock defense. You know he's very busy. No time for relaxation. Or fun. Yeah, unless the relaxation or fun starts with the letter O, True added dryly. Delaney chuckled, then playfully added, Othello has found his Desdemona. It's not his fault. Ezra finished her sentence. Obsessed. Delaney snorted, trying not to laugh. It was their new favorite thing to tease Elias about how preoccupied he is with his girlfriend, Aurea. But beneath the jokes, she knew Ezra missed the closeness he and his twin once shared. She decided to change the subject before he got in his head. Speaking of ghosting, either of you heard from Kieran today? I texted her earlier, but she hasn't called me back. Yeah, True said. She told me a couple of hours ago she was buried in work and would call later. Ezra added, knowing Kieran, she'll still be working when the sun comes up. I wouldn't expect a call tonight if I were either of you. Yeah, you're probably right, Delaney said with a sigh. I'll text her in the morning. I just wanted to tell her. She hesitated, not wanting to raise any alarms about why she really wanted to speak to Kieran. She pivoted to the next convenient truth. It's not important, I have a date with the mystery neighbor this weekend. Anyway, I'll let you two troublemakers get back to your serious conversation. I've got some work to finish up before I head to bed." There was silence for half a second before True squealed, "Not a date with the mystery neighbor. I better get details. Remember, if you don't take a picture, it never happened." Delaney laughed. "Yeah, because a selfie on a first date is totally normal. Sorry, rules are rules. You know this. And by the way, sketching on the first date is no better," True said, feigning authority. "It wasn't a date, True," Delaney said in defense. "Just so you know, that might actually be worse," True said, and the two of them burst into laughter. Ezra jumped in, grinning through his voice. "Wait, is this the guy you've been secretly lusting over for, what, a year?" "Yes," True answered before Delaney could. "Yes, it is. I hate you both," Delaney said, laughing. "All right, I'm hanging up before you two distract me talking about Cyrus. Talk later." "Of course his name is Cyrus," Ezra said, continuing to tease her. In an excited tone, True said, "Love you, don't forget the details, and a selfie." "It's a strong name," Ezra chimed back in quickly. "I'm pretty sure it means master," he added. I'm hanging up. Bye, creeps," Delaney said, disconnecting the call, chuckling to herself. The next day, Delaney rushed through the museum's quiet halls, her thoughts tangled around the artifact and Nakamura's words from the previous day. When she stepped into the curator's office, she stopped short. The space felt both scholarly and lived in, a careful blend of modern precision and old-world warmth. Shelves packed with heavy books and yellow journals lined the walls, their spines forming a tapestry of centuries-old curiosity. The faint scent of leather and parchment lingered in the air, softened by the sharper trace of cleaning solution. But something was wrong. The professor wasn't there, and neither was the Luxor stone. Her heart picked up. She turned quickly and made her way to the reception desk, her footsteps echoing softly against the marble floor. Behind the counter sat Stephanie, the museum's receptionist, poised as always. Her warm brown skin caught the light in a way that made her seem to glow, and her sleek ponytail framed a face that was equal parts sharp and kind. She looked up from her computer with her usual calm, offering Delaney a polite smile that didn't quite ease the sudden knot of worry in her chest. Her brown eyes sparkled with curiosity as she hung up the phone. For no reason at all, Delaney noticed the subtle shimmer of gold in her earrings, and how it caught the light, matching perfectly with the maroon blouse beneath her black blazer. "Hi, Stephanie. Has the professor been in?" Delaney asked, trying to keep her voice even. "Yes, he was here earlier," Stephanie replied. "He said to tell you to wait in his office. I called out to you when you came in, but you were moving so fast. And when you went straight to his office, I just figured you two had already connected. I'm sorry, I should have followed up with you. He should be back shortly." Relieved, though still uneasy, Delaney thanked her and made her way back to the curator's office. The soft hum of the air conditioning filled the quiet space with only distant echoes of faint murmurs of the visitors drifting through the exhibits. As she waited, her gaze wandered until it landed on a glass display in the corner. Inside rested a human skull, its surface yellowed with age and etched with intricate geometric carvings. A brass plaque beneath it read, "Paleo-American remains, circa 12,000 BCE, discovered in the Andes." The hollow eye sockets seemed to stare back at her. "What? You have something to say too?" she muttered, half amused, half unnerved. The sharp echo of footsteps pulled her from her thoughts. She turned just as Professor Nakamura entered, his tall frame filling the doorway. His broad smile and the flicker of excitement in his dark eyes told her he had news to share. "There's been an update on the Luxor rune project," he said, voice rich with enthusiasm. "Congratulations. You've been approved to lead." "You're welcome." Delaney's face lit up. She nearly threw her arms around him, but before she could respond, his expression shifted to something more serious. "But you'll need to wait. I'm not sure when the stone will be cleared from processing. Could be 5 minutes, could be 5 days. As I mentioned before, the contributor is very involved. They want to be notified about every step we take, which in this case has sped things up, but in other cases may slow down the process." "Of course," Delaney said, her excitement dimmed only slightly. "Thank you again for the opportunity." "You're welcome. Again." he said with a hint of humor returning to his tone. But remember, anything you find goes through, he pointed to himself. Me first. Protocol is key. This is your first project as head officer, but I trust you know the drill. And if you forget, he smiled, then added, don't worry, I'll remind you. I understand, she said with a nod. Just let me know when I can start. When she left his office, her phone buzzed in her pocket. Warden. She glanced at the time, 10:15 a.m. I thought we said 2, she muttered. She sighed, deciding to call him back later. Back at her desk, she powered on her computer and started to focus when her phone rang again. This time it was Kieran. Of course she calls now, Delaney thought, answering the call. Perfect timing, Kier, she said, lowering her voice. I'm at work, I can't really talk right now. There's another stone, isn't there? Kieran interrupted. Delaney froze. She hesitated, then answered honestly, yes. But I can't give details right now. I'll call you later, I promise. She ended the call before Kieran could press further. She set her phone face down on the desk and stared at the blank computer screen for a long moment before moving the mouse to wake it. Just as the monitor flickered to life, her phone buzzed again, this time with a new text. She reached for it, wondering why everyone suddenly needed her today. Before she could read it, the door creaked open. Delaney looked up, hand still on her phone. Professor Nakamura stood in the doorway. Must be your lucky day, he said, his voice smooth and confident. Delaney frowned, tilting her head. Oh yeah? How come? He stepped aside, revealing 2 technicians in white lab coats. Each pushed one side of a sleek metal cart. Their gloved hands steady on the handles. Resting on the cart was a glass containment case. And inside, set atop a white silk cushion, was the Luxor stone. She swallowed hard as she observed the smooth, dark surface of the stone, and the symbols etched into it that pulsated with an almost hypnotic light, as if it were practically breathing. She blinked, forcing herself to stay composed, to bury the mix of excitement and unease bubbling beneath her calm expression. Thank you, she said warmly, directing the words to both Nakamura and the lab techs. The fastest turnaround this place has ever seen. I'm sure of it, Nakamura said, with a chuckle. You can thank the contributor for that. After approving you as lead, they insisted you start right away. The professor's lips curled into a smile. Well, it's all yours. If you need any equipment, supplies, or resources, let Steph know. She will make sure you have everything you need. We all know she is the real beginning and end of all day-to-day operations. His brown eyes gleamed as he peered at her over the rim of his glasses. Then lowering his voice, he added with mock seriousness, but remember. He cleared his throat. PTC, he said, looking at Delaney. PTC? She asked, her eyes focused on the stone. Protocol, he said, smiling. I'm making it a thing. I'm already imagining the t-shirts, he said jokingly. She chuckled softly, though her attention was still fixed on the artifact. PTC understood. Everything goes through you first, she replied. Good, he said, still smiling as he turned to leave. But he paused in the doorway, giving her a curious look before heading out. Delaney felt his gaze linger, but she didn't look up. She stepped closer to the cart, her heart pounding the closer she got. Up close, the stone's glow seemed more intense than when she'd first seen it in his office. The shade of orange appeared to have deepened, almost to ember. The light pulsed, like a heartbeat, sending a ripple of energy into the space around it. She felt it in her chest, a vibration that seemed to resonate deep within her. She took a slow breath, her fingers itching to reach for her phone. She needed to document this, but more than that, she needed help. Kieran would know what to make of this. Her older sister was the only person she trusted with something this strange, and potentially dangerous. Well, besides Warden. By 2 o'clock, Delaney tried calling him, but there was no answer. She frowned, staring at her phone as the call went to voicemail. Where are you? She murmured slowly. Her thumb hovered over the screen, tempted to call again. She asked herself, did he think we agreed on 7? No, he knew I didn't want them to wait, she thought. Then a terrifying thought crossed her mind, maybe, something's happened. Delaney forced herself to push the worry aside. She could call again in a minute. For now, PTC. She pulled a pair of nitrile gloves from the dispenser and snapped them on, the sound crisp in the quiet room. She retrieved the examination kit and placed it neatly beside the cart. Digital calipers, temperature probe, soft bristle brush, remay sheeting, cotton swabs for microsampling, a fiber optic light, and the intake log. "Okay," she whispered, "let's show Nakamura we know what we're doing." With a controlled breath, she released the latch on the glass case. The moment the seal broke, the air shifted. A faint, warm pressure pushed outward, subtle, like standing near a living thing rather than an artifact. The glow inside the stone brightened, as though responding to her proximity. She hesitated, but continued with caution. The color wasn't simply orange. Up close it resembled molten metal, thick, layered light with veins of ember moving beneath the surface. She angled the overhead lamp away so it wouldn't obscure the natural luminescence. No lamp could produce that effect anyway. She lifted the fiber optic light and swept it carefully across the carved surface, letting the focused beam catch every shift in texture. Then she began the intake sequence, methodical, grounding, the familiar rhythm calming her hands even as her pulse quickened. She went through each step carefully. First, overall condition. Second, surface stability. Third, any signs of flaking or exfoliation. Fourth, salt crystallization along the recessed grooves. And then, she froze. A thin sheen of moisture clung to one of the carved channels, beading along the etched curve of a wing. Water. Traces of it, faint but undeniable, and coming from no discernible source. The stone was bone dry everywhere else. No humidity, no condensation, no logical explanation. She wrote the final line with a heavy underline, active luminescence and unexplained moisture present. She stared at the glow, at the deep, molten orange that seemed to writhe beneath the surface, and her breath stalled. She knew this color, this exact shade. She had seen it once before, bleeding from another relic, another stone that should have been lifeless. The bloodstone. That hue had been an omen, a warning, a sign that something malevolent was already stirring long before anyone understood what was happening. It was the color the stone gave off when the tethered entity was rousing from its slumber. This glow was the same, not similar, not reminiscent, identical. A chill crawled up her arms despite the artifact's warmth. She'd learned to trust her instincts long before she ever stepped into a museum. And every instinct she had screamed the same thing: something malicious is at play. Something old, something hungry. She leaned closer, watching the pulse of light slide beneath the carved coils of the serpent. The twin Ba symbols shimmered faintly beneath it, the shadows between them seeming to shift when she wasn't looking directly at them. Ezra and Elias. She didn't want to think it, not consciously, but the thought rose anyway, floating uninvited to the surface. Could this be about them? The thought was ridiculous, but not impossible. They were miles away and completely uninvolved in her work. But, no matter where they are, they share her bloodline. Her fingers skimmed the page of her sketchbook on the table beside her. The two Ba symbols she had drawn stared back at her. She picked it up to examine the way they mirrored each other perfectly, the way they almost touched. There was a strange sense of familiarity she couldn't shake. She told herself it was just the symbolism, twins depicted in ancient iconography, reminding her of her own twin brothers. But the truth pressed deeper, more personal, more visceral. The moment she saw the stone in Nakamura's office, the glow had felt wrong. Her bones had recognized something her mind had refused to accept. A heat coiled in her chest now, an echo of fear she had felt only once before. The Luxor stone pulsed again, stronger this time, as if responding to her thoughts. Delaney stilled, instinct recognizing the warning before her mind did. "Looks like," she whispered, barely audible, "I've got some digging of my own to do." She sat back slowly in her chair, gaze fixed on the stone with a kind of wary fascination. Whatever entity clung to this artifact, whatever presence lived in its symbols, she could feel it stretching outward, testing the air, searching for something. Or someone. She swallowed, her hands trembling slightly as she reached for her notebook. She intended to find out exactly what was bound to this stone, what forces had awakened enough to glow through solid rock, and why every instinct she had was telling her the danger wasn't distant or theoretical. It was coming for her family. As she drove home, the city blurred past her window. The steady hum of her tires did little to settle her nerves. Every thought circled back to the stone. Its light, its energy, that strange pulse she couldn't explain. Her phone chimed softly, breaking her trance. She reached for it at the next stoplight, her thumb hovering over the voicemail notification. Warden. Good, she was hoping for an update. She tapped to play the message, and his voice filled the car. Laney, I need you to call me immediately, he said, his tone tight with urgency. Sylvie Hart. He hesitated before continuing, knowing the name would give her pause. Sylvie called. She left a name and number for you of someone named Maya. Maya Hothrat. She says this woman can help you. If you've reached out for help of some kind, I don't know why she didn't contact you directly. Honestly, after what you two went through, I wasn't sure if I would ever hear from her again. In any event, she asked me to pass the name and number to you, so I sent it as soon as I received her message. Unfortunately, I have a more pressing matter to discuss with you. Please call me back as soon as you can. There's been a development with the twins. The message ended abruptly. Delaney's hands tightened on the steering wheel, and a chill ran through her for the millionth time today. Twins? The boys are twins? She questioned aloud. Her mind went immediately to the boss symbols on the Luxor stone. Could that just be a coincidence? And Solveig called? She didn't think she would hear her grandmother's name again. Not now. Maybe not ever. And if she was reaching out, it could only mean one thing. Something catastrophic must be coming. Her hands trembled as she dialed Warden. He picked up on the first ring. Sylvie called? She said right away. Well, yes. And, hello Delaney. Thanks for finally getting back to me, he said, his voice laced with sarcasm. She winced, realizing how abrupt she must have sounded. I'm sorry, she said quickly, her tone softening. My mind is all over the place. I was just surprised to hear sorry. Solveig, she corrected herself. I was surprised to hear that Solveig contacted you, as you could imagine. It must be important. You said something about someone named Maya? She kept talking, although she asked a question. Actually, I need to speak with you about a project I'm working on at the museum. It's another stone. Let me guess, excavated from Luxor. He responded knowingly. Yes. How did you know? Again, she continued talking, although she posed a question. This one's Egyptian. I don't know much about it yet. But there are some oddities that are, well, plainly, they are disturbing. I would actually like to rack your brain about some of the irregularities. You may find it interesting, and I could really use your help. Again, I'm sorry. I told you I have been all over the place. What happened to our call? She finally took a breath. There was silence on the other end, long enough to make Delaney wonder if the call had dropped. Warden finally spoke, his tone serious. I don't think it's a coincidence that Solveig contacted us about Maya Hothrat. Or that the Tariks reached out to me. Solveig said Maya could help you, and I am sure that she can. But please, we need to discuss the boys first. The situation has changed. Dramatically. Overnight it seems. What's happened? She asked, her brow furrowing. The boys, he explained. It's difficult to put into words. Last night, they were fine. I spoke to their parents shortly after they put them to bed. He paused a moment before continuing. Then, this morning, they've gone into some sort of state. It's hard to explain. They've become unresponsive to any stimulant other than each other. And it's like they're stuck in a time loop. They keep repeating the same phrase over and over. Some in English and some in Coptic. She cut him off. Coptic? Her brows pressed tighter together. They are speaking in a language that has been dead for centuries? Correct, he responded. To say the least, it's not a language that the boys, nor the family, have been exposed to previously. Pulling into the parking lot of her apartment building, Delaney said, Whoa, okay. What are they saying? It gets more disturbing. They are saying, blood of my blood, Warden replied gravely. And they're drawing half, or incomplete circles. Over and over. It's unsettling. You must see it for yourself. Blood of my blood, she said softly. Where have I heard that before? Solveig. She said something similar to me and Kieran. I don't think the boys were chosen at random, and you said they are twins? She added. As the words left her lips, her mind was still racing to process what he'd just said. Twins, incomplete circles. She couldn't help but think of the odd arrangement of the Ba symbols on the stone, and the peculiar Ouroboros. And the twins repeating blood of my blood. Could this be a matter of lineage? Suddenly, the connection between her new project and Warden's mysterious twins felt less like a coincidence and more like an ominous thread she needed to piece together. You're right. I definitely don't think any of this is by chance, she said, biting her lip. Yes, I have no doubt about that, Warden replied, dropping his usual professional tone. By the way, I've reached out to Ms. Hothrat as well. I wasn't going to initially, my instruction was to relay the message to you. I didn't plan on doing anything else with the information. He paused thoughtfully, then continued. Until Mr. Tarek said something that surprised me. He said that Maya Hothrat had referred me to him. That she told him I could help relieve the twins of their affliction. Anyway, after that, of course I contacted her. She's unconventional, to say the least. So many questions ran through Delaney's mind, but the only thing that came out of her mouth was, unconventional how? She wasn't sure she wanted to know, but she knew she needed to. She specializes in what you might call esoteric anthropology, Warden said cryptically. Her methods are unusual, but if anyone can help you connect the dots, according to Solvay, it's her. Delaney leaned back in her seat, her head spinning. Esoteric anthropology? I'd say that's new, but it's not, is it? She paused. Anyway, yeah. I'll call her. And I'll let you know what I find. Hesitating, she asked. Is she here? I mean, did she leave a way we can reach her? She added, knowing the answer was likely no. Solvay? Warden asked, although he didn't actually need clarification. Honestly, I am not sure where she is, but I did not get the impression she had an open line for communication. All she said was that you would be working on an excavation out of Luxor, and suggested you get in touch with this woman. Oh, okay. Delaney paused, gathering the right words. No, I was just curious. I thought maybe she could give insight on how these pieces fit. At least tell us if the puzzle is landscape or portrait. I don't know. Anything would help. Unfortunately, she did not. In my experience, she wasn't ever one to offer more than what she feels is needed. She tends to say only what she has to, but never anything more, he answered. Yes, that has been my experience too, she said, deflated. Well, I will give Ms. Hothrat a call tomorrow morning, and hopefully she will be helpful in some way. I will get back to you as soon as I can. Sounds good, he replied, I'll wait for your call. She hung up, her pulse thundered in her ears as she replayed Warden's words in her mind. Lowering the phone, she sat in her car for a moment, staring at her apartment building but not really seeing it. She exhaled slowly, her fingers tightened around the phone as her thoughts pulled her back under. What could it all mean? It's obvious it's all connected. And now, Solvay and Maya. She opened her messages, scrolling to find the number Warden had sent. Before she could think twice, she added it to her contacts and saved it under Maya/Solvay. She thought for a moment, Solvay could turn out to be Maya, she's done it before, but it was just a fleeting, hopeful thought. Taking a steadying breath, she stepped out of the car, and walked toward the building's entrance. The night air felt heavier than usual, as if it knew what waited for her. The day had left her sure of just one thing. If she had any chance of unraveling this, Kieran better answer her phone. The click of her apartment door closing behind her was a welcomed but fleeting comfort. She dropped her bag by the entryway, as had become her habit, and made her way to the kitchen. Her body ached with hunger, but she already knew the fridge held nothing worth hoping for. Sure enough, the cold light revealed little more than yesterday's takeout box of chicken and broccoli, half empty and soggy in its corner. Dinner of champions, she muttered, as she grabbed the container out of the fridge. Her stomach growled in reluctant agreement as she peeled the lid open, and placed it in the microwave. Still, the thought of eating made her feel heavier somehow. She stood there, staring at the microwave door, her finger hovering over the reheat button. What she really wanted was silence. Better yet, the sound of water repeatedly hitting tile, the white noise of a shower rinsing away the static in her head. Everything could wait. All she needed was 5 minutes of not thinking, not feeling the weight of everything she didn't yet understand. One piece of advice she always gave true was, do what you have to do to get your head in the game, or you've already lost. Taking her own advice was never her strong suit, but tonight, it was advice she fully intended to follow. She let out a quiet laugh, one that slipped out somewhere between exhaustion and nerves. "Okay, Lane. Form first. Truth later," she said, heading down the hallway. Moments later, the steady rush of water filled the bathroom, the small, consistent rhythm she needed. Steam quickly gathered, softening the edges of the mirror until her reflection disappeared. The first touch of hot water sent a shiver through her, loosening the knots in her shoulders. The scent of rose and cherry drifted up as she lathered her loofah, the warmth wrapping around her like a hug she didn't know she needed. For the first time all day, she could breathe. But her thoughts refused to stay still. The water beat against her back in steady percussion, yet her mind replayed it all, the stone's strange pull, the twins' cryptic words, Maya's name echoing over and over. And Solveig, always looping back to Solveig. The connection between them hovered just beyond reach, like something glimpsed through fog. She tilted her head beneath the spray, closing her eyes. The warmth couldn't wash away the questions, but for a brief moment, it quieted their noise. She braced her hands against the cool tiles of the shower wall, the contrast grounding her momentarily. "Pieces of a puzzle," she said aloud, letting the water rush against her back. "Pieces of a puzzle," she whispered. After what felt like both an eternity and no time at all, she finally turned off the water. The sudden quiet pressed in around her. The lone sound of the soft drip of water from the faucet was all she could hear. She reached for a towel, wrapped it around herself, and stepped onto the plush bath mat. With a sweep of her hand, she cleared a patch of fog from the mirror. Her reflection stared back, damp curls clinging to her cheeks, eyes half tired, half wild from the heat. For a moment, the mist around her made her image look like something out of a horror film, causing her to instantly think of Ezra. The thought startled a laugh out of her. "All that's missing is a vintage television with static white noise," she said, chuckling. Then the idea struck, I should call him. With all his bravado, he couldn't even hear about that movie without flinching. The thought of FaceTiming him right now, hair dripping and lights low, made her grin widen. She imagined his expression, the immediate panic, the dramatic hang-up, and laughed again. "He'd never forgive me," she said, still smiling as she wiped another streak of fog from the mirror. "But it would be so worth it," she added, grinning. Throwing on the same t-shirt, and the pair of leggings she'd worn the night before, she said to her reflection, "Blame it on comfort and convenience." She turned off the light and walked toward the kitchen. But just as she reached the hallway, the sharp sound of a knock shattered her internal banter. For no reason, she panicked, and unease prickled at the back of her neck. "I am not expecting anyone," she thought. Her eyes darted around the room, instinctively searching for something, anything she could use for defense. Her gaze landed on the drawing pencil lying on the counter, its tip sharp and ready. She snatched it, gripping it tightly as she crept toward the door. Her heightened senses made every step feel calculated. Peering through the peephole, she froze. "Oh no," she whispered, as relief and nerves washed over her in equal measure. Cyrus stood there, a warm smile lighting up his face. "Hello?" he said, leaning closer to the door. She felt her heart pounding in her throat, and she covered her mouth, realizing she had been heard. To make matters worse, she looked down and scoffed. "He saw her in these clothes yesterday. So much for comfort and convenience," she muttered, glancing down at her shirt. "He's going to think I live in this." Just then, her eyes widened as another thought hit her. The art room. The sketch. Nope, not today, Satan. She bolted toward the art room, tossing the pencil onto the desk as she went. The door creaked faintly as she shut it as quietly as she could. Taking a deep breath, she smoothed her shirt and ran a hand through her still damp curls. "Calm down," she whispered. "Don't get weird. Maybe he just has a question about this weekend." She walked to her window on the far side of the room, turned her back, cleared her throat, then yelled, "Hello?" She hoped that would give in. "I'm in the other room and not standing frantically behind the door." Type of distance to her voice. "Hey, hello, it's Cyrus," he answered. "Coming," she called out, her voice higher than she'd intended. Panic set in as she glanced down at her outfit once more. "This is terrible," she muttered, walking to the door. She opened it, summoning as much grace as she could manage. Cyrus stood there, holding two bags. Her gaze flickered over him, taking in the way his dark jeans fit snugly along his frame, tapering over strong legs. His blue t-shirt stretched just enough across his broad shoulders and chest, for the soft fabric to reveal defined lines beneath. The color made his blue eyes even more striking, so vivid they seemed almost electric under the dim hallway light. Over it, he wore a black jacket, lightweight but structured, the open front allowing glimpses of the lean muscle beneath. It was casual, effortless, yet undeniably put together, a perfect reflection of him. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Delaney asked, attempting to sound casual, but her voice was shaky. Cursing herself silently, she smiled at Cyrus. "Well, I know we planned for this weekend, but I'll be out of town," he explained, his smile widening. "And our date was already, what, a year overdue? I didn't want to cancel, and I don't have your number, otherwise, I would have called. So, I hope you don't mind me showing up unannounced." He laughed nervously. "But I brought dinner at least," he held up the bag. "I hope you like Italian." "Of course. I'm not sure I trust anyone who doesn't." She smiled, and stepped aside. "Come in." As Cyrus brushed past her, something warm fluttered low in her chest. She could smell the faint scent of cedar and spice, warm, woodsy, and comforting. It slipped into her like a quiet memory. She loved that kind of rich scent. It felt familiar, like autumn air, an old book, or a safe hug. It suited him perfectly. He moved toward the table, pulled 2 candles from his bag, and glanced at her. "Oh, sorry," she said, moving quickly, realizing the space was not clear. "I'll just move this out of the way," she said, smiling as she moved old mail and papers off the table to make room. She watched him arrange the candles with an easy focus. The soft scratch of glass against wood filled the silence. Internally, she noticed something different about him tonight. He seemed sharper, more alert, like he was waiting for something. It was intriguing. "You brought candles," she said lightly, trying to sound casual. "Of course," he replied with a soft smile, placing the last candle carefully. "Details matter." Details, she thought. Right. Hearing her mother's voice, she grabbed a couple of fancy dishes from the kitchen cabinet, a bottle of red wine, 2 wine glasses, and set them on the table. "I hope you like red, it's all I have," she said, looking at him, as she sat down. "Red is perfect," he said with a smile. He took the bottle, poured them each a glass, and then began filling each plate. In the middle of the table, Delaney placed a bowl for the Caesar salad, and one for the garlic bread. The rich aroma of butter, cream, and garlic hung in the air, layered with the warmth of freshly grilled chicken and parmesan. It mingled subtly with the spiced scent that clung to him, almost intoxicating her. As usual, her eyes kept drifting to him. There was a subtle tension in the way he carried himself, a controlled intensity she hadn't noticed before. "This is amazing," she said, twirling a forkful of pasta. Smiling, she pointed to the spread. "Do you read minds?" "Only on Wednesdays," he replied, pushing a piece of chicken onto his fork. She laughed. "Honestly, I was about to heat up old takeout, which, by the way, I'd already picked through like a raccoon with standards." She leaned forward conspiratorially. "Meaning I ate all the broccoli. Just, if you're wondering." She sat back in her seat, and continued, "Anyway, I would have been way less satisfied than I am now. So, thanks for this." Cyrus grinned, his eyes sparkling. "Well, the plan was to satisfy you." Heat climbed into her cheeks before she could stop it. He knew exactly what he was doing. He'd delivered the words with effortless ease, as if they carried no voltage at all. But her mind snagged on them anyway. It wasn't just the flirtation, it was the tone. Calm, controlled, the voice of a man fully aware of the effect he had and entirely unbothered by it. He meant dinner, she told herself. Didn't he? Her pulse fluttered in stubborn disagreement. Cyrus lifted his glass, studying her over the rim with that same inscrutable half-smile. "Oh, definitely satisfied," she said too fast, then grimaced at herself. "Really, Delaney? For fuck's sake. Abort, abort." Cursing herself in her head, she reached for her armor. Sarcasm. "Which is more than I can say for." He chuckled, lowering the glass. She laughed, swirling her wine. "For the leftovers I was emotionally preparing myself to accept." Pausing, she considered him again, that subtle spark of intensity in his posture, the patience of his stare. Something in her clicked, like gears settling into place. She decided to push back. But hey, she added with a crooked smile, if you're offering satisfaction, I should warn you, I don't come with a manual. Cyrus raised a brow. And yet you seem so self-guided. Fluster threatened again, but this time she let it fuel the snark. Self-guided? She echoed, leaning back. Self-guided, he repeated, his voice lowered a shade, like velvet dragged through smoke. He leaned in, slow, intentional, like he had all the time in the world, and intended to spend it watching her unravel. I meant the kind of woman who doesn't ask before she takes control. The kind who knows exactly what she wants. His eyes slid briefly to her lips, then back up, unhurried, lethal. And enjoys the ride more when she's the one driving. Her breath hitched. Not enough to be dignified. Too much to be hidden. Well, she managed, that interpretation is unsettlingly specific. A quiet chuckle rolled from him, low, dark, and warm. It was meant to be. She looked into her wine again, searching for composure at the bottom of the glass. What she found was her reflection staring back, pink-cheeked and betrayed by her own pulse. Right, she said, exhaling too sharply. Anyway, Tuesday. His brow arched, a blade curve of amusement. Tuesday? Yeah, it's Tuesday, not Wednesday. I hate to break it to you, but you may not be clairvoyant after all, just hungry, she said, clearly changing the subject. He leaned back just slightly, his smile tipping crooked at one corner. His voice lowered with deliberate velvet ease once more as he kept his eyes fixed on hers. I am, he said. The words landed like a spark too close to her skin. Her breath snagged. Again. Her fingers tightened around the stem of her glass like it might stabilize her. It did not. Oh, she said, small and involuntary. Cyrus didn't rush to fill the silence. He let it stretch, just long enough to watch the warmth rise on her cheeks, to clock the betrayed thrum at her throat. He enjoyed it, maybe a little too much. Got her again, he thought, and immediately scolded himself for the flicker of satisfaction. This was dangerous and could very easily slide into carelessness if he let it. What he learned about everything he thought to be true over the last few months had rewritten his instincts, had rewritten him. Charm used to come without consequence. Now it came with a quiet internal audit. His gaze drifted back to her, steady and assessing, like she was a puzzle he already knew the answer to, but enjoyed solving anyway. Something about the warmth of her laugh, the easy tilt of her head, made him hesitate. She is so effortless, he thought. The realization struck unwanted, uninvited, catching him off guard. Again. He shook off the feeling, or tried to, because he didn't want her to notice the shift in him. So he armored it in a smile. The expression thinned into something wicked, mysterious, almost unreadable. Brutal pivot, he said, amusement slicing through the air like a wink wrapped in shadows. But inside, one thought steadied him. Stay composed, Varela. To be honest, I'm not surprised I got the days confused, he said finally, tilting his head. These last few weeks seemed like one long day. I've been so busy, I don't remember the last time I sat down for a real meal. So, this is definitely a treat for me too. So yeah, I guess I am actually hungry, he said, smiling. She leaned back in her chair, stealing a glance at him. He seemed more composed, more deliberate in his movements, and somehow, quieter than she remembered, though still charming. The kind of quiet that made you wonder what he was thinking, and whether he'd tell you. She smiled, keeping the thought to herself. So, you're saying you saved us both from malnutrition, she said, holding a piece of bread to her mouth. A noble task. Basically, he said, watching her chew with a faint, amused tilt to his head. Although who saved who, could be up for debate. And a charmer, she countered, smirking. Just so you know, my mother warned me about captivating clairvoyant saviors. Her smile widened, and she shrugged. Just saying, she did. Cyrus's lips twitched into a small smile, but he didn't rise to the bait immediately. Instead, he watched her with that same focused intensity, like he was cataloging her reactions while keeping his own in check. He's different, she noted internally, but said nothing aloud. So, what's your deal? She asked lightly. Tell me about your family. His expression shifted slightly, he was reticent, controlled. He tilted his head, his eyes sharpened, and Delaney felt the first flutter of nerves. "Ah, that's a story for another night," he said smoothly, setting his glass down. "You're supposed to be charming, not mysterious," she said, smiling, though her cheeks warmed. He cleared his throat, then caught himself. Leaning back, he forced a lighter tone. "You know what? Tell me a secret? Something you've never told anyone," he shot back, raising an eyebrow. "What? Oh, okay, a secret," she laughed. "Only if you promise to tell me one in return," she countered, leaning forward with a grin. "Deal," he said, settling into the chair across from her, eyes alight with challenge. The spontaneous dinner had turned into something more than either of them expected. The flickering candlelight, the warmth of the wine, and the quiet undercurrent of curiosity and tension between them made it feel like a small universe suspended in her apartment. Delaney leaned forward slightly. "All right," she said, "but this one's weird." Cyrus's expression didn't change. "I like weird." She hesitated, then spoke. "When I was a kid, I used to have these dreams," she said slowly. "Not nightmares. Not even stories, exactly. They felt real, like I was remembering something instead of imagining it." His gaze sharpened. "I'd wake up knowing things I shouldn't. Words from languages I didn't speak. The layout of places I'd never been." She swallowed lightly. "Sometimes I'd feel homesick for somewhere that didn't exist." Cyrus didn't interrupt. He barely seemed to breathe. "My parents thought I just had an overactive imagination," she continued, fingers tracing the stem of her glass. "But the dreams kept happening. Different times, different places, always me, but not me. Older, younger, someone else entirely." She gave a small, self-conscious laugh. "One time I described a city with white stone walls and a river cutting through it. My teacher told me later it sounded like ancient Thebes." She shrugged. "I didn't even know what that was at the time." Silence settled heavily across the table. "So I started reading," she finished quietly. "If I learned enough history, maybe I'd recognize something. Maybe I'd figure out why those places felt familiar." Cyrus leaned forward, elbows on the table, eyes locked on hers. "Do they still happen?" he asked. His tone wasn't casual curiosity. It was precise, intent, almost urgent. The seriousness of it made her pulse hitch. "Not as much," she said carefully. "Every now and then." She tried to smile. Probably just childhood imagination refusing to die. He didn't smile back. "What do you feel in them?" he asked quietly. The question landed heavier than it should have. Delaney faltered, suddenly aware of how exposed she'd made herself. His attention felt too sharp, too focused, like he was looking for something specific. She laughed nervously. "Okay, wow. I did not expect an interrogation." He blinked, as if remembering himself, but the intensity didn't fully fade. "Sorry," he said, "it's just interesting." "Yeah," she said quickly, sitting back. "Interesting is one word for it." The moment stretched, too serious, too intimate. So she pivoted. "Anyway," she said, brightening artificially, "if you want proof I wasn't a mystical child prodigy, I also once held a full funeral for an aunt in my grandmother's driveway. That broke it." Cyrus blinked. "You? What?" "A funeral," she repeated, nodding solemnly. "Eulogy, burial site, emotional breakdown. The works." The tension eased from his shoulders by a fraction. "How old were you?" 9, she admitted. "I felt horrible. I didn't even know why I smashed it. Then all the other aunts started gathering around it and I panicked. Thought they were mourning." She laughed softly. "So I cried. A lot. Then I sang a Mariah Carey song over it because that felt appropriate at the time." Cyrus stared at her, stunned, then a quiet laugh slipped out, low and real. "You sang at an aunt funeral." "I committed," she said defensively. "If you're going to honor the dead, you don't half-ass it." He shook his head, smiling now. "That might be the most compassionate thing I've ever heard." "Meanwhile they were probably just planning to eat it," she said. "So, less memorial service, more buffet." He chuckled again, studying her with something softer in his eyes. "Well, guess what," he said. She tilted her head. "What?" Cyrus chuckled lightly, the sound low and controlled, and leaned forward. Actually, you may have witnessed something very real. Ants practice a behavior called necrophoresis. When one dies, they remove it from the colony, almost like a funeral. So, you held a funeral for an ant. Her smile returned, genuine this time, though curiosity flickered again beneath it. All right, she said, folding her hands on the table. You got 2 for the price of 1. Your turn. What's your secret? Cyrus tapped his fingers against the table, the sound sharp, uneven, not playful this time. When he finally spoke, his voice was quieter than usual. You want something real? Delaney nodded, her teasing expression fading. I do. He leaned back, his gaze drifting past her for a moment, not quite unfocused, more like he was looking at something far away. I don't have many warm and fuzzy childhood memories, he said after a beat, his tone dry, almost apologetic. But this stuck. He cleared his throat. When I was about 12, he said slowly, there was this stray dog that kept showing up near my house. Big, scarred thing. Mean. That's what everyone said anyway. Animal control had even been called twice. Delaney's smile softened. What happened to it? He rolled the stem of his glass between his fingers. Nothing. That was the problem. No one would go near it. It just kept coming back. Sitting across the street, watching. And you did? Eventually, a faint smile touched his mouth, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. I started leaving food out. At first from the corner of the block. Then the driveway, and eventually the porch. Took weeks before it would eat while I was still outside. That must have taken patience. Or stubbornness, he said. Same thing. He glanced down, his thumb tracing the rim of the glass. One night there was a storm. Bad one. Thunder shook the windows. I looked outside and it was still there, just sitting in the rain. Alone. Delaney leaned forward without realizing it. So I went out, he continued quietly. Sat on the curb across from it. I didn't move toward it. Didn't try to touch it. Just waited. It came over eventually. Slow, like it expected me to hurt it. His voice dipped almost imperceptibly. It didn't let me pet it. Just sat next to me. Close enough to feel the heat. For a moment, he went silent. What happened to it? She asked gently. Cyrus's hand stilled on the glass. My father found it eating on the porch the next morning. The temperature in his voice dropped. He said it was a threat. That it could hurt someone. That I'd been irresponsible for feeding it. His jaw flexed, and he didn't look at her. He made me take care of it. The words came out clipped, controlled. Delaney's stomach dropped. Cyrus? He stood there and watched, he continued, voice steady in a way that felt forced. Told me it was a lesson. That weakness creates danger. That attachments make you careless. It was cruel. His fingers tightened around the stem of the glass until his knuckles went pale. For a split second, something raw flickered across his face, anger, shame, something deeply buried, before he forced it down. He squared his shoulders, and his expression smoothed into something controlled, almost detached. But not fast enough. Delaney saw it. So instead, she did the only thing that felt instinctively right. She reached across the table and placed her hand gently over his. Cyrus froze, not flinching, not pulling away, just stunned stillness, like he wasn't used to being touched in moments like this. His eyes lifted to hers, guarded but uncertain. Her thumb moved once, lightly, grounding him, not pitying. She held his gaze for a moment, then spoke softly. Thank you for telling me. The words were simple, no questions, no pressure, just acknowledgement. Something in his expression shifted, surprise first, then something quieter. Vulnerable, almost. She gave a small, reassuring smile. Okay, she added gently, her voice warming just a touch. New rule, you don't get to be the only one sharing heavy childhood stories tonight. A deliberate easing of the weight. Not dismissing it, just redistributing it. Cyrus let out a slow breath, the tension in his shoulders loosening by degrees. That so? He asked quietly. Yep, she said, nodding. I once tried to cut my own bangs the night before school pictures. My mom cried. The photographer tried not to. A faint, real smile broke through. Tragic, he said. Devastating, she confirmed solemnly. I looked like a startled mushroom. He huffed a quiet laugh, the first genuine one since he started speaking. His hand shifted slightly beneath hers, not gripping, just staying there, as if he didn't want to break the contact yet. "Pretty sure you survived," he said. "Barely." She squeezed his hand once before letting go, giving him space without withdrawing warmth. "There," she said lightly. Balance restored. Cyrus leaned back, exhaling slowly, his composure settling back in place, but softer now, less armored. When he looked at her this time, there was something new in his eyes. Not just attraction. Trust. He studied her for another moment, then shook his head slightly, as if coming to a decision. "All right," he said, his tone shifting, lighter now, but threaded with self-aware humor. "I probably should have led with this instead." Delaney perked up immediately. "Oh, this should be good." He tapped the side of his glass thoughtfully. "Once I auditioned for a school play." Her brows shot up. "You? A theater kid?" "Hardly," he said dryly. "I got cast as the lead. Lots of stage time. Can't say I was excited, but I did have a crush on my teacher, so I had motivation." "Your teacher? Wow. High aspirations from a young age, good to know." "Well," he continued, lowering his voice like he was confessing a crime, "the night before, I panicked about my costume staying in place. Wig, fake facial hair, the works." Delaney leaned forward, already suspicious. "What did you do?" "I improvised." "How?" "Gorilla glue," he said calmly. Her eyes went wide. "No, absolutely not." "Oh, absolutely yes. I thought, sleep with it on, wake up ready for battle." She clapped a hand over her mouth. "I woke up at 3 in the morning with my scalp on fire, face breaking out in red blotches, and half the wig fused to my actual hair," he said. "Ended up in the emergency room." Delaney lost it, laughter bursting out of her before she could stop it. "They had to cut parts of it out," he added. "I told everyone I had an allergic reaction to something I ate." "I can't," she wheezed. "Did anyone believe you?" "My sisters still do," he said with a small, satisfied smile. "I wore a hat for an entire summer. Made it a style choice. I would have shaved my head, but I can't pull the look off, so." They laughed, the sound spilling into the room, warm and unguarded. The tension that had followed her all day seemed to melt away with every shared glance. Cyrus leaned back in his chair, the corners of his mouth tugging upward. "You know," he murmured, his voice soft but charged, "it's funny. I feel like I've known you forever, but the truth is, I'm still discovering you." Heat rushed to her cheeks. "Discovering me? That sounds dangerously charming." Glancing down at her half-empty wine glass, she paused. She looked up at him through her lashes, and added, "But, same." About half an hour later, Cyrus finally rose, straightening his jacket with deliberate care. "So yeah, I'm flying out Friday," he said, voice casual but with a hint of regret, "my sister's surprise engagement party." He lingered at the door, eyes catching hers, a small, knowing smile tugging at his lips. "But tonight was worth every minute." Delaney's breath caught. She stepped closer, her voice soft. "Yeah, tonight was." Before she could finish, he closed the distance, and their lips met, slow, warm, and lingering, carrying all the laughter, sparks, and unspoken words of the evening. When they finally parted, foreheads resting together, Delaney whispered with a shy smile, "Okay, so, talk to you soon." Cyrus grinned, and whispered against her forehead, "Absolutely. Can't wait." Delaney closed the door behind him and leaned against it, her back warm from the trace of his presence. The room suddenly felt quieter, smaller, as if he had taken the air with him. Her heartbeat thudded in her chest, echoing every thought of him, the tilt of his jaw, the curve of his smile, the way he'd made her feel like the only person in the room. Even in the silence, she knew she'd be counting every moment until the next time she saw him. Could he be this perfect? She murmured to herself. Pushing the self-sabotage she's known for aside, and the thought that there must be something wrong with him for being interested in her, she climbed into bed with a full stomach and an unexpected lightness in her chest. As sleep began to claim her, a warm, fuzzy feeling settled in, one she hadn't felt in a long time. He felt like light breaking through the heaviest part of her thoughts. Still, beneath the comfort, a quiet question lingered. He'd deflected so easily when she'd asked about his family, about himself. Too easily. She frowned faintly at the ceiling, then let out a soft breath. Everyone was allowed their secrets. For now, she decided, she would take him at face value, just as he presented himself. Just for now. The next morning, Delaney's eyes fluttered open. The first thing she saw was the faint glow of dawn filtering through her curtains, and the first thought that entered her mind was Cyrus. His voice, his smile, the way he made her laugh. The memory lingered, warm and persistent. But just as quickly, her thoughts shifted to the stone, the twins, and now, Maya. She sat up, shaking off the haze of sleep. Sliding out of bed, she reached for her phone on the nightstand and called her. The line rang twice before a voice answered. "Guardian," the woman said, her tone smooth and knowing, as though she'd been expecting the call. "I've heard quite a bit about you. Ms. Hothrat." "I wish I could say the same," Delaney replied, straightening her back. "However, I am glad we could connect. Sylvie suggested you can help me with the Luxor stone, is that true?" She used the name Sylvie instead of Solveig to test what Maya would be upfront about. There was a pause on the other end, followed by a soft chuckle. "Call me Maya." She paused before continuing. "Straight to business then. There's a situation. We need your help." "We?" Delaney thought. Her curiosity piqued. "What kind of situation?" Maya's voice grew serious. "The artifact currently housed at the museum. The Luxor stone, as you call it." "Yes," Delaney said cautiously. "What about it?" "I am the contributor," Maya revealed. "And you were the decided direction." Delaney raised an eyebrow. "What? Decided by who?" "The collective," Maya replied, her tone laced with urgency. "General consensus was that you were the answer." Delaney noticed her hesitation answering a direct question. Still, she asked, "What, or who, are the collective?" "No one is permitted to remove the stone from its case but you." "No one. Took long enough for them to assign it to you as it is." "We have already lost time," Maya said, ignoring Delaney's question. "I've explained the terms to the curator. This is your task, Guardian. Do you understand? I do not have time to repeat myself." Delaney narrowed her eyes, but she remembered that Solveig would not put her in danger. She bit her tongue, and softened her tone. I understand. I appreciate the trust, but why is this so urgent?" After a brief pause, Maya responded. "We'll discuss the details in person. I'll be at the museum today to go over some matters with the curator." "I assume you will be there." Delaney replied with sarcasm. "Yeah, I work there." She looked at the clock by her bed, 7:45 a.m. "Damn it. She overslept. I'll be there in 90 minutes, she added with a sigh. "Yes, you will," Maya said, disconnecting the call. Delaney sat still for a moment, trying again to connect Maya to Solveig. She did not know much about her, but she had every intention of changing that. She dressed quickly, and before leaving her apartment, she texted Kieran, "Meet me at SB at 7 p.m. Don't be late. We need to talk about this Maya Hothrat character. She's kind of a bitch. Not sure why Solveig sent her. Anyway, if you get there first, you know my drink. See you soon." She put her phone in her bag, and walked toward her apartment door, but stopped abruptly. Taking her phone back out, she remembered something she meant to do last night, but Cyrus had distracted her. She sent Kieran another text. "BTW, any idea what this symbol could be referencing?" "It's Egyptian. That's all I got." She sent the message, attaching an image of her sketch of the strange Ouroboros. Throwing her phone back in her purse, she headed out the door. Stepping into the museum, the familiar scent of aged paper and polished wood filled her senses, grounding her for what was to come. Stephanie looked up from the reception desk, her cheerful smile breaking into recognition. "Morning, Delaney," Stephanie greeted. "Morning, Stephanie," Delaney replied, smiling briefly at her and glancing toward the hall that led to Nakamura's office. "Hey, is the professor in?" Stephanie nodded, leaning slightly over the counter. "Yes, he's with Ms. Hothrat, one of the contributors I believe. Should I let him know you're here?" Delaney shook her head, hiding her distress. Maya was already here. No, that's fine, Steph. They are expecting me, I'll just head over." The hallway was quiet, the soft hum of temperature-regulated vents the only sound accompanying her as she approached the conference room. The door stood slightly ajar. She lifted a hand to knock, then paused as voices drifted through the crack. She heard Nakamura's low, measured cadence. Then a woman's smooth reply. Straightening her posture, Delaney pushed the door gently. The room opened before her like a preserved sanctuary. Grand, yet intimate. It was lined with towering bookcases overflowing with leather-bound volumes, and map cases arranged like a scholar's battlements. Heavy mahogany furniture filled the space, each piece carved with an attention to detail that matched the artifacts the museum cherished. The wide windows, tall, arched, and framed in dark wood, flooded the room with soft morning light. Dust motes hung suspended like glittering grains of gold. Nakamura stood near the center table, gesturing toward a series of archival documents and preliminary charts laid out in neat, deliberate rows. His posture was composed but his intensity unmistakable. His shoulders were slightly tense, his hands precise in their movements as he explained something in a tone that suggested importance. And there, by the window, stood Maya. She was dressed in a long, flowing white gown that caught every thread of sunlight with unnerving ease. The fabric draped around her figure like it was sculpted for her alone. Gold cuffs encircled her arms, gleaming as though warmed from within. Her skin, kissed with a golden undertone, glowed where the light touched it, and dark waves of hair framed a face carved with striking softness. But her eyes, a deep, luminous brown, held an intensity that pinned Delaney in place. Maya did not simply look at her. It was almost as if she assessed her. "Ah, Miss Smith," Nakamura said, turning as he sensed her arrival. His tone was clipped, but something in it suggested relief. "You've arrived." Delaney nodded and approached, feeling Maya's gaze linger on her like a weight she wasn't sure she could carry. "This is Miss Hothrat," he introduced. "Per the loan agreement, she has requested to supervise the analysis. Miss Hothrat is an Egyptologist, so I am sure her insight would be most valuable." He turned his attention back to Maya. "Miss Smith, as you know, will be leading the project," he said, as the two women shook hands. "Hi," Delaney said, meeting Maya's eyes. "Hello," Maya retorted. "So, supervise?" Delaney asked, looking at Nakamura. Of course, this wouldn't be a simple meeting, she thought. "I will not get in the way," Maya said, "I assure you. I am here for precautionary measures only." The professor gave her a pointed look, his eyes narrowing. "I assure you, you are in good hands. She is one of our best. And Ms. Smith, PTC, he said firmly. Still a thing. PTC? Maya asked, raising a brow. Protocol, she said, looking at Maya, his newest catchphrase. Just go with it. Returning her gaze to the curator, she said, "Of course, Professor, everything goes through you." "See," Nakamura said, "you're in great hands." He smiled and said, "Good, well, I have other business to attend to. Ms. Smith will go over the details with you, Ms. Hothrat. I will leave you to get acquainted." Excusing himself, he headed toward the door. He glanced back at the two women as if to say something, but Stephanie's voice buzzed through the phone in his office, and he picked up his pace, disappearing down the corridor. "Coming," he yelled, as he sprinted away. "So," Maya said, her voice smooth as silk, "you're the prodigy." "And, you're Maya," Delaney replied, her voice steady despite the nerves threatening to creep in. "We need to talk." Maya inclined her head. "Agreed. Where can we be alone?" Delaney motioned for Maya to follow her. "My office," she said. They walked through the halls together in silence, their steps measured. Delaney's office was small but efficient, lined with bookshelves and strewn with her notes and artifacts. Maya entered gracefully, her presence almost too much for the confined space. Delaney sat behind her desk and gestured with her hand for Maya to have a seat in the chair across from her. Sitting down and wasting no time, Maya said, "Guardian, I thought we had more time." "We do not. I will make this as brief as possible. It is not my trust alone that you have, it is of the entire collective. Each of us is tasked with a bloodline, which we cautiously monitor. When there is a disruption, we intervene. There has been talk of your experience with the other realm, and this situation requires all hands available. That is why the stone was directed to you and your sister." I was right, Delaney thought. Though this did not answer any of her pressing questions. She felt her fingers curl slightly against the desk's cool edge as she tried to steady herself. The office felt stifling all of a sudden. Still, Delaney forced herself to speak, her tone a careful balance between caution and curiosity. "Okay. So, she cleared her throat. Again, who are the collective, she asked. Her voice faltered slightly before she steadied it. Listen, I know you said we don't have time. But I don't think asking for a few answers is too much. You have to explain who you are, why you're here, your connection with the Luxor stone, and the Tariks. And what did you mean by warden? She paused to make air quotes with her fingers. Could heal the boys of their affliction. Maya's expression didn't waver, but there was a flicker of something. Impatience? Maybe annoyance. Delaney couldn't quite place it. Instead of answering right away, Maya turned sharply on her heel, her long, flowing white dress brushed against the edge of the desk as she moved. The sound of her footsteps echoed against the hardwood floor as she paced toward the window. Delaney watched the woman closely, her brow furrowing as she tried to read her movements. Maya didn't seem flustered, it was more like she was choosing her words. There was something almost predatory about the way she turned back, her sharp gaze locking onto Delaney's. Suddenly, Delaney felt an undercurrent of power radiating off the woman, subtle but undeniable. Maya took a step forward, then another, each one deliberate and unhurried. She stopped a few feet from where Delaney sat. Her posture straightened, her shoulders squared, as though she'd decided to lay something bare. I am the balance, she said finally, her voice steady and firmer now. As you are a challenger. I guide, you act. The collective is complicated. Just know that your grandparents are not the only ones charged with shaping destinies and protecting the veil. What I will tell you of the collective is this. Together, we guard and keep balance within the cosmos. She paused, her dark eyes piercing as she let the words sink in. This is much larger than mere Draugr. So, I hope you are worth more than just your grandparents' love. Worth more than my grandparents' love? Delaney thought, narrowing her eyes. Who the fuck does this lady think she is, and why did Solveig send her here? She is intentionally trying to piss me off. Whatever her angle, I won't give her what she wants. The unsettling fact of the matter, Maya continued, is that the fate of two boys, and of the world, depends on two barely tested guardians. Okay, I tried, Delaney said aloud. She shook her head, exhaled sharply, slowly rose from her chair, and walked to the window. With her back turned to Maya, she said, I don't believe you explained anything. At all, really. If anything, I have more questions. Spinning on her heel, she turned to face her. A challenger. That's what you said, right? Thought I was a guardian. In technical terms, they sound different. Am I right? She tilted her head and squinted her eyes. Or am I reading too deep? Dropping her hand to her side, she said, I am, aren't I? Well, consider the fact I have no choice because everything is either written cryptically in stone, in some indecipherable memory, or no, in the cosmos, her voice laced with sarcasm, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. Barely tested, she scoffed, unable to ignore Maya's final slight, yeah. Well, I didn't sign up for this. I don't have a rule book. I literally just picked up a rock in my parents' attic. Maya tilted her head, unbothered, though something flickered behind her calm expression. I understand that perspective. She paused, as though in thought. Being burdened with gifts, or a destiny you never asked for, she said quietly. Being shaped, molded, before you even know who you are, before you have a choice. Her gaze drifted past Delaney for a moment, as if seeing something far beyond the room. Power given without permission carries its own kind of weight. You learn to carry it, or be swept away by it. Then, almost as if remembering herself, she smiled faintly. What I'm saying is, neither did I, but we haven't time to sulk, do we? She looked Delaney in the eye. For some reason, Maya's words left an impression on her. Her jaw tightened, then released. She realized she was giving Maya a hard time, and she wasn't even the source of her frustration. Although Maya was giving as much in return. It wasn't her so-called destiny she had an issue with, as much as the fact that she didn't understand why everything had to be so cryptic. Though, Maya was right. There was a time for answers, now was not it. A beat of silence stretched between them before she spoke again, her voice low and calmer. You're right, I'll give you that, but you should know, I have a thing about puzzles. I always solve them. So now that we got the pleasantries out of the way, tell me everything. Her lips curved, not quite forming a smile. That you can. of course. Maya didn't hesitate. She almost seemed as if she was impressed, but she didn't show it. Instead, she pulled out her phone. It's the twins. I spoke with Yasmin earlier. I assume you already know that I was the one who connected Warden with the Tariks. Yes, he told me, Delaney said, nodding. Maya continued, we knew he would reach out to you. Solveig assured us of that. As I said, you were the answer. Because you are the only one who can read the signs. That's why we sent the stone to you, so that you would have all the pieces. So the stone and the boys are connected? Delaney said, crossing her arms. Yes, Maya responded. You are correct in that it is a warning. More appropriate than you know. The serpent you see in the form of an Ouroboros was meant to be interpreted just as you have. And you are right to think it is warning of something much more dangerous. What do you mean? Delaney said, stepping closer to Maya. Your dream. It was not just a figment of a wild imagination. It was given to you. Given? Delaney asked, not expecting an answer. Maya continued, yes, given. Consider your similar experience in the past with this kind of sight. Those premonitions were also gifted. You must learn to listen to these visions, or dreams as you call them. Feel them, use them. Now is the time. She looked down at the phone in her hand and tapped the screen. The Tarik boys have been hunted. With each day, they are getting worse, Maya said, holding her phone out to Delaney. See for yourself. Time is a luxury we no longer have. Taking the phone, Delaney pressed the play button. Blaring from the speaker came the haunting sound of deep voices chanting repeatedly in unison. The words echoed, rhythmic and unsettling. Delaney's stomach twisted at what sounded like 1,000 monks chanting in a hollow space. Who are those men? Are they there with the boys? Delaney asked, trying to keep her voice calm. Yes. Maya answered, holding her hand out. Delaney placed her phone back in her palm, and Maya continued. They are indeed with the boys. The voices you hear are Cairo and Darius. Her expression tightened. And what they are chanting is the word, rise. Repeatedly. They have been getting progressively worse. This morning, while speaking with the curator, I noticed the stone was red. Solid, not pulsing or faintly glowing. Solid. Delaney gasped and whispered, rise? Who? And what does it want with them? Her mind was still trying to register that the voices she heard came from 2 adolescent boys, and solid red? That couldn't be good. Whatever it is getting stronger. What do we do? She asked cautiously. Maya's eyes bore into hers. You must release the bonds that tie them, free them from chaos. Delaney felt her world tilt. Oh, okay then, why didn't you just say so? She said sarcastically. No, seriously, how? Where do we even start? She purposely emphasized, we. Maya turned toward the window again, her reflection pale against the glass. Do you trust Solveig? She turned to face Delaney. Yes, Delaney answered, without hesitation. And Vidar? Maya asked, maintaining eye contact. Yes, Delaney answered. Then you must trust me, Maya declared. As I said, I am not here to offer sight, only aid, but you must take what I tell you very seriously. Okay, so how do we help the boys? Delaney asked. We must go to the temple in Abydos and reverse the arrival, Maya stated firmly. Delaney felt as though the ground had shifted beneath her. Wait, like in Egypt? This was beginning to feel like a page from Indiana Jones or something. The arrival? She paused, then added, of who? Maya's answer came all too quickly. Darkness and the 7. Darkness and the 7? Great. Sounds like a party, Delaney said, throwing her arms in the air. Delaney had a million more questions, but before she could form any words, Maya glanced at her phone and straightened. I must go, Maya said, moving toward the door. Wait, Darkness and the 7? You're going to drop a bomb like that and leave, without any explanation? Delaney yelled as Maya walked to the exit. Reaching the door, Maya put a hand on the knob, then turned back to Delaney. We trust you, Guardian. You will come to the right conclusion. You are nearly there. Remember, use your vision. Protect the stone. I will secure the oblation. Contact me only when necessary. I will do the same. Delaney nodded, though she wanted to ask, what the fuck is an oblation? Maya exited. Delaney caught a faint yellow glow on the doorknob where her hand had rested. The light flickered and disappeared as the door shut behind her. For a moment, Delaney simply stared. If Maya's disposition left any doubt, the glow lingered in her wake was a sure sign. Maya was here to help. Another mystery woman, she thought, with a mix of duty and trepidation. This is one strange pattern she could never get used to. Well, archives it is, she said aloud, as she hurried out of her office and down the hall. Hours passed since Delaney's unsettling visit with Maya, and the silence of her office felt heavier than ever. The late afternoon sun slanted through the tall windows, casting long, angled shadows across the worn wood floors. The warm, golden light barely reached her desk, which was now buried under a clutter of books, scattered notes, and hastily scribbled observations. What was once a haven of careful organization, now resembled a battlefield of research. She spent most of the afternoon in the museum archives going through books trying to make sense of Maya's cryptic words. The rest of the time had been spent trying to get in touch with Warden. She called him several times but there was no answer. Considering the horrific update she got of the boy's current condition this afternoon, she imagined he probably had his hands full. Still, she periodically called or texted just to see if she could get him. Pacing the room in exasperation, she thought back to some of the things Maya said to see if any of it had the possibility of having some deeper meaning. She stopped in her tracks, and walked over to the stone, speaking her thoughts aloud. Maya said she could only guide, that the professor and I's assumption based on the symbol's composition was correct, but that it was a warning of something dangerous. But what does that really mean? It could be anything. Pausing thoughtfully, she wondered, why did Maya make such a huge deal about me being the only one to remove it? Remembering the way the stone from the attic reacted to her touch, she decided to take the stone from its case. If anything, she wanted to feel the etching, to see if there was a clue in something she missed. Maybe she could feel what the blurred etchings were around the serpent. Were they numbers? Are they important? Here goes nothing, she said, cautiously. She reached for the stone, and as her fingertips brushed the carved surface, the room vanished. From a distance, yet sounding close enough to be whispered in her ear, she heard Maya's voice. Guardian, your answers are right before you. You must see. Heat enveloped her, the air was suddenly thick with dust, and her nose curled at the metallic scent of sand baked too long under an unforgiving sun. Immediately, her lips went harshly dry, as wind tore at her hair and clothes, and grains stung her skin like tiny shards of glass. She was clearly back in the desert from her dream, but this time, it was more intense. The ground shuddered beneath her feet, dunes rippled like water disturbed by something massive moving below. The serpent, she thought. She stood there, ready to face the beast. Fear tried to take root, but curiosity overpowered it. She needed to understand. Needed to see. Through the roar of sand and tremor, a familiar voice cut through the chaos. For the briefest second, she thought she saw a shadowed figure standing against the blazing horizon, outlined not by light, but by something fiercer. What rested upon his head was not a crown in any ordinary sense, but a ring of fire suspended like a burning halo. The air carried the sharp scent of heated metal, like iron meeting flame, as if the desert itself had become a forge. The wind swallowed the image before she could grasp it. Know your enemy, her father's voice echoed, calm and resolute. Stand firm. The words felt familiar, practiced, advice he'd given her 100 times growing up. But here, now, they carried weight. Suddenly, a low rumble built into a tremor, and then a violent crack split the earth. The sand erupted skyward, and from it rose the creature, no longer just a thought but something real, colossal, aware. Its body uncoiled, scales black as obsidian caught the light in jagged, terrible flashes. Each movement sent shockwaves through the air. Its hiss came not from a throat, but from the wind itself, a sound so deep and resonant it vibrated inside her chest. Delaney froze. The serpent arched high above her, blotting out the sun, its vast coils stretching beyond sight. When it opened its jaws, darkness spilled out, a void threaded with faint, impossible stars. A night sky where no night should be, she thought. And then it spoke. The voice wasn't a sound, it was a vibration. A force that clawed through the air and struck deep within her chest. The words cracked and rolled, ancient and heavy, like the echo of stone grinding against stone. Na ki nan, hun is, eta warman, shai pei, nau nan te. The sound seared through her, vibrating in her ribs, her veins, her skull. Each syllable thudded like a heartbeat. She didn't hear the words, she felt them. The pulse of the language matched the rhythm of her own blood, memory awakening in her marrow. And somehow, she knew what it said. You will not interfere with us. It is time. We will rise. Her pulse thundered in her ears. The wind whipped into a frenzy, howling like 1,000 voices crying out at once. She tried to steady herself, shielding her face as the storm thickened. Through the swirling sand, she caught glimpses, shadows moving with purpose, clashing steel and flashes of fire. A sudden heat coursed through her veins, sharp and electric, as if her blood had begun to race toward something unseen. The air around her shimmered, vibrating with a rhythm that wasn't her own. Her lips parted on instinct, no thought, no hesitation. Pekeas, empekuab. She whispered in a tongue foreign to her own. She spoke the words with complete understanding, though she had never learned them. Chaos in the dark. The words seemed to awaken something. The sand beneath her feet rippled violently, and then the air shifted. A shadow fell over her. She turned, and her breath hitched. Through the storm, something moved, a shape both humanoid and monstrous, cloaked in black smoke. The scent of decay and incense filled the air. She couldn't see its face, but the eyes, if they were eyes, glowed with molten gold. Then came the sound, a low growl, almost a purr, vibrating through her bones. Before she could react, a pair of taloned feet burst from the swirling sand, seizing her shoulders. The claws sank deep, searing into her flesh with a burning pain so sharp it stole her breath. Delaney screamed, the sound swallowed by the storm. The unseen creature's voice whispered close to her ear, silken, venomous. You meddle in things beyond you, child of blood and sun. You were not chosen, you were found. And then, with a violent motion, the figure threw her. The world spun. Delaney crashed into the battlefield, sand exploded around her as she hit the ground hard. Pain radiated through her arms, and her skin burned where the talons had struck. She lifted a trembling hand, and saw the marks. 3 distinct imprints, blackened at the edges, like fire had kissed her skin. They pulsed faintly with light, echoing the rhythm of her heartbeat. Above her, the battle raged on. The serpent reared back, roaring as 2 radiant stars flared in the sky, twin beacons cut through the storm. Their glow wrapped around her, warm and powerful, steadying the chaos in her chest. For a moment, she felt anchored, connected to something. Strength surged through her veins, a warmth that pushed back against the serpent's darkness. Just as quickly as it appeared, the vision shattered, like glass imploding inward, and Delaney stumbled back into her office, gasping for air. The lights above flickered, her desk swam in and out of focus, and for a long, suspended moment, she wasn't sure if she had truly left the desert at all. Her hands trembled as she pressed them to her chest, the serpent's words still vibrating somewhere deep inside her bones. You will not interfere with us. It is time. We will rise. She swallowed hard, trying to steady herself, but her body felt foreign, electric almost. And then she saw it. Her collar had slipped, and her reflection on her computer revealed 3 darkened marks along her shoulder. They were raw and slightly raised, shaped like the cruel curve of talons. She reached up, fingertips brushing them, and a bolt of pain shot through her arm, sharp and persistent. Her stomach twisted in pain. No, 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 she exclaimed. This can't be real. The marks were in fact real. The creature's touch had followed her back. The line between the surreal and the real was gone. Her gaze drifted toward the stone on the cart beside her desk. The so-called Ouroboros now radiated a violent red glow. I will find you, she said under her breath, the words escaping before she could stop them. It no longer spoke of possible eternity or renewal. There was no decay. This was an omen of what intends to break the cycle. Her mind replayed the voice in the desert. You will not interfere with us. Who is us? She looked again at the marks on her shoulder, her fingers trembling. If I can bring back scars from my visions, she thought, her breath catching, then time isn't just slipping, it's collapsing. And suddenly, she understood with bone-deep certainty. If time was ever on their side, it wasn't now. "Siri, call Big Sister," she said. As the phone rang, she tapped her fingers nervously against the desk. When it went to voicemail, she hung up, not leaving a message this time. "For fuck's sake, Kier," she said, clicking the browser on her phone. "The 7, she muttered, as she entered the phrase into the search bar. The results were a dead end. Superheroes, a heavy metal band from Jersey, a manga series. It was useless. As expected, nothing but pop culture. Nothing relevant. She set the phone aside and returned to her computer. "Let's try this the right way," she murmured, pulling up the archival database. Her fingers flew across the keyboard. "The 7, ancient, Egyptian," she said, emphasizing each word as she typed them. The results loaded slowly, a list of fragmented texts, and cross-referenced tablets. One title caught her eye, "The 7 Names of Lamashtu." Her brows pressed together as she clicked it open. "The 7 Names. Interesting," she said aloud, leaning closer to the computer screen. The translation was incomplete, but enough remained for her to piece it together. Lamashtu, the devourer of infants, bringer of plague, the mother of chaos. She was said to bear 7 names, each one a face of ruin. One of them, the 7 witches. Delaney leaned back, and chills crawled up her arms as she recognized the figure. It was her. It's not 7 entities, it's just her. Speaking aloud once more, she said, "Why'd I feel like 7 measly witches or creatures would have been a simpler adversary? This is not going to be easy." She got up and started sifting through the books she pulled from archives. Her fingers traced the brittle edges of the oldest book she pulled from the collection. It was titled Comparative Mythologies of the Pre-Classical World. She picked it up, turned slowly, and walked back at her desk. She sat down as her eyes scanned the pages feverishly until they landed on the name, Lamashtu. When she turned to the page, a chill ran down her spine, and her fingers froze mid-motion. There, etched in ink, was one of the most disturbing images she had ever seen. It was a hybrid of beast and woman with feet like the claws of a bird. The woman's wild, untamed hair flowed around a face both human and monstrous with sharp, lion-like features and piercing eyes. In each hand, she clutched writhing serpents, their fanged mouths open, ready to attack. Her full breasts and slightly rounded belly seemed to mock motherhood, twisting it into something unnatural, something predatory. Delaney's throat went dry. A strange, crawling unease coiled in her stomach as she studied the figure, drawn to the details that seemed to pulse with meaning. The talons, the serpents, the sinister reference to motherhood, and in turn, children. This seemed unlike the demons she had read about before. They had their own thirsts and wants. They were figures of seduction or temptation who could be bargained with or appeased, but Lamashtu did not negotiate. She only took. She did not entice. She devoured. With her heart hammering in her chest, Delaney forced herself to focus on the text beneath the illustration. Lamashtu, daughter of Anu, the sky god, defied the divine order. Swallowing hard, she ran her tongue across her lips, still tasting of sand. She frowned at the lingering salty grit before continuing. Cast out for her insatiable hunger for destruction. She brings plague, sickness, and madness, a force of unrelenting chaos. She sat back in her chair. No prayer or offering can appease her. Only protective amulets and incantations may keep her at bay. A horrifying question struck her like a thunderbolt. How are the twins' possessions connected to whatever this means? They must be. Everything seemed to point toward the boys. She slammed the book shut and turned again to her computer. The old text was chilling enough, but she needed more. Her fingers flew across her keyboard once more. She typed, Lamashtu, symbols, signs, omens. The search results flooded the screen, obscure academic sites, scanned cuneiform tablets, fragments of forgotten folklore journals. She clicked through rapidly, her eyes widening with the results. Protective symbols against Lamashtu, birth demons and child stealers of Mesopotamian myth, apotropaic figures, Pazuzu, Lamashtu, and the war between ward and curse. Her stomach tightened as she skimmed references to talismans buried beneath thresholds, ritual carvings meant to repel her influence, warnings etched into stone to keep her from crossing into the living world. One article mentioned, marked children, those touched by her presence long before she revealed herself. Then a phrase leapt off the screen. Delaney clicked. An illustration filled her monitor. A snarling jackal's head, grotesque and unnatural, a third eye glaring from the center of its forehead. Air lodged in her chest, sharp and unmoving, as she leaned closer to the illustration. The glow of the screen cast a harsh light across her face, and in a low, disbelieving voice, she murmured, "It's the same. The wooden carving the twins brought home." A shiver raced down her spine. This wasn't a coincidence. Cairo and Darius hadn't just stumbled upon a relic. They had carried home one of Lamashtu's omens. This seems calculated. But why them? What is their connection? What am I missing? Suddenly, her phone screen lit up just as Warden's name appeared. She frowned. Warden never FaceTimed. Something must be wrong. When she answered, his face appeared on the screen, his expression pale and filled with panic. "Delaney," he said, his voice shaking slightly, "I need you to see this." Delaney's heart sank. What's going on? Instead of answering, Warden flipped the camera. The feed shifted, and Delaney's breathing ceased for a moment. The image on her screen showed the twins suspended several inches above the floor, bodies drawn taut as if held by invisible wires. Their hands were clamped together, knuckles blanched, while they stared into each other's faces with unblinking intensity. The whites of each boy's eyes had all but vanished. Their irises burned a vivid, unnatural red around pupils that swallowed the light, deep and bottomless. From hollow sockets, black veins radiated outward in branching patterns, crawling across their skin like spreading cracks in glass. Their lips had faded to a dusky violet, parted just enough to reveal shallow, soundless breaths, as though the air itself had abandoned them. Worse still was the sound. The boys' mouths moved in perfect unison, repeating a single word over and over. "No-te. No-te. No-te." The repetition was rapid and mechanical, like a broken record stuck on a sinister mantra. Suddenly, the boys dropped to the ground in a vicious thud. They fell silent, their eyes closed, as if they were peacefully sleeping. A cold knot tightened deep in Delaney's stomach, an instinct she'd learned to trust, whispering that this was beyond anything she'd faced before. "Time," she whispered, her voice barely audible. She didn't know how she knew that's what they are saying, but she did, and she didn't question her intuition. Putting a hand to her mouth, she said, "Oh my God." "I know," Warden said, his voice grim. "Unbelievable. This started a little over an hour ago, and it's getting worse. You've seen things like this before. Tell me you know what to do." Delaney swallowed hard, forcing herself to focus. I've never. I'm working on it, using every resource. We're doing everything we can. For now, just keep them safe." At that moment, the boys jolted back into the air, their bodies jerking upward with a sudden, peculiar force. Their eyes snapped wide open, filled with an eerie intensity. As if guided by an invisible hand, their limbs began to move involuntarily, twitching and extending in rapid, fluid motions. Slowly at first, then with increasing speed, they spun in the air, their bodies twirling like marionettes caught in an invisible whirlwind. With each rotation they moved faster and more frantic than the last, until their outstretched arms collided with one another with a sharp, synchronized crack. The moment their hands met, they resumed the chant, their voices rising once more in eerie unison, the rhythm pulsing like a heartbeat in the charged air. Delaney gasped, covering her mouth again, this time, letting it rest there. Warden's face reappeared on the screen, his expression filled with a mix of desperation and urgency. "That has been a pattern. And now they have stopped responding to us, only communicating with each other. Laney, I don't know why, but I feel like they don't have much time." Delaney nodded. "Professor, keep them safe. We have help. We are not alone in this." "Whatever you do, please do it quickly," Warden replied. "You have my word," Delaney said, ending the call. Tightening her fingers around her phone, she thought, "I have got to make sense of this, and fast." Delaney's hand shook slightly as she turned the page of the book on her desk, her eyes scanning the description again. What is happening to them? How had they become entwined with such an ancient and terrifying force? The more she dug, the more questions arose, and with each answer, the threat seemed to grow. She needed to speak with Kieran and Maya, but she also needed answers first. Kieran would believe her, but she would definitely need some sort of explanation. Closing the book, she thought. Maya said I had all the pieces to the puzzle, so it's on me. She kept her hand on the cover, staring in the distance for a long moment, when the stillness of the room was broken by a soft knock at the door. Delaney didn't immediately respond, her mind still connecting imaginary dots. The door creaked open, and a familiar voice called out softly. Delaney? Stephanie hesitated at the threshold. I brought you some coffee. I am about to leave, and since you've been walled up all day, I thought you could use some before I go. Delaney's gaze flickered up briefly, the sudden intrusion breaking her concentration. Stephanie stood in the doorway, holding a steaming cup of coffee, her expression a mix of concern and exhaustion. Delaney smiled weakly, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. She hadn't realized how long it had been since her phone call with Warden, and for a brief second, the mundane reality of the moment felt like a stark contrast to the dark and spiraling thoughts that consumed her. Thanks, Stephanie, you're the best, Delaney murmured, taking the coffee and offering a quick nod. She looked at her phone. Yeah, I think I'm going to head out as well. My sister is going to kill me, she said. Stephanie smiled, lingered for a moment longer, then silently retreated, leaving Delaney alone once more in the dimming light of the office. The weight of the quiet pressed in on her as she gathered her research. The ticking of the clock seemed to grow louder in the stillness. After she felt confident she had taken everything, she rushed out of her office, tossing the coffee into the trash on her way out. Sorry, Steph, were the last words that lingered as the door closed behind her. Delaney swung open the driver's side door of her car, her movements quick and purposeful. The rain splattered against the pavement, its rhythmic pattern blending with the rush of cars on the nearby street. She tossed the stack of books and notes she'd gathered onto the passenger seat, the papers fanning out in a chaotic swirl. For a moment, she stared at the mess, her thoughts far from the disarray beside her. Her mind drifted to the audio Maya played, where they repeated, "Rise," over and over. The cadence echoed in her thoughts, gaining weight with every repetition. She recalled the intensity in their eyes, the unwavering focus in their voices. There was no denying it, they were deeply entrenched in something powerful. She looked to the passenger seat where all her notes were once more. On the top was the image of the relic the boys brought home that Warden sent to her. The image sparked a possibility she didn't want to consider. If we removed the relic from their possession, would that even matter at this point? Taking a deep breath, she turned the key in the ignition, letting the engine's low growl fill the cabin. She glanced at the dashboard clock. 6:30 p.m. She had 15 minutes to meet Kieran and a 20-minute drive. Muttering a curse under her breath, she pulled onto the slick streets, the windshield wipers sweeping away the rain in steady intervals. The drive to Starbucks was a blur of streetlights and the low hum of the radio, her mind racing faster than the car. By the time she pulled into the parking lot, she was practically vibrating with urgency. Inside, Kieran was already seated at a small table by the window, sipping her coffee. A second cup sat in front of her, waiting. Delaney exhaled sharply, rushing toward her and dropping her bag onto the chair beside her. Kieran arched a brow and glanced at her watch, a silent unimpressed acknowledgement that Delaney was late. You were early. Not my fault, she said with a shrug. As she sank into the seat across from her sister, Kieran lifted a hand, silently mouthing, 1 second. Elias, listen to me, she said into the phone, her tone that perfect blend of sisterly patience and irritation. It isn't a hostage negotiation. If you're this nervous, she's definitely going to feel it. A frantic muffled voice crackled through the speaker. I know, but what if she thinks it's too soon? Kieran sighed, her eyes drifting to the ceiling. Then she'll tell you. She's not going to run screaming into the woods because you asked a question. More rapid, anxious chatter poured through the phone, his tone rising with each thought. But what if she thinks I'm pressuring her? Or that I'm messing up what we already have? She likes her space, what if, Elias? She cut him off sharply. Stop spiraling. She's your girlfriend, not a landlord you're trying to impress. You need to talk to her like a human being. Use your words, preferably without spiraling into 40 hypothetical catastrophes. Elias groaned, the sound low and defeated. Kier, I have a feeling this is a bad idea. If she's not ready, it doesn't mean she doesn't want a future with you. She softened. Just breathe, okay? You'll be fine? Anyway, the cat dragged your sister in finally. So, I'll text you later. Till then, don't panic." She hung up, sighed, and flipped her phone over. Elias wants to ask Aurea to move in with him. "Anyway, who's Maya Hothrat?" she said flatly. Delaney grabbed the coffee, took a sip, and launched into everything at once. "Okay, so, listen. Nakamura gave me my first lead assignment, the Luxor Rune project. It's the stone you sensed. Everything about it is questionable, especially the oddities surrounding its symbols, but I will get to that. At first, I thought the stone was the biggest issue. But, here's where it gets murky. The contributor behind the stone is a woman named Maya Hothrat. But before I even knew that, Warden messaged me and said Solveig called him and suggested I get in contact with the same woman. When I finally spoke with Maya, she said the stone was sent to the museum intentionally for us." Delaney rolled her eyes and continued. "Okay, so, that's a thing. The next thing is the twins who Warden has been working with. He wanted me to speak to them because, well, long story short, she leaned in close to her sister and whispered, they are possessed. No sugarcoating that." Kieran's eyes widened as Delaney continued. "I'll get to that too. But Warden also said in speaking with the parents, they told him that Maya Hothrat referred him to them, saying he could rid the boys of their affliction." Kieran cut in, "So Solveig, Maya, the twins, and the stone, are all connected?" "Yes," Delaney said. "I spoke with Maya, and she confirmed it. The boys are the sole reason she sent the stone to me, and Solveig was the reason she urged the Terex to contact the professor." "Sounds like," Kieran added, "they needed all the players in the right positions." Delaney nodded, "Right. The thing is, the boys are speaking ancient Egyptian, drawing incomplete circles, levitating." Kieran, fully engaged, asked impatiently, "Levitating?" Nodding again, Delaney looked at her and replied, "Kier, they were. And their eyes were all black, just empty voids. With glowing red pupils." Delaney slid her sketches across the table, her fingers tapping urgently against the paper as she pointed to the symbols she had painstakingly drawn. "Look at this," she said, her voice low but insistent. "These are the symbols on the stone. Nakamura told me that seeing symbols like these next to each other is uncommon." "They were positioned next to each other on the stone?" Kieran questioned. "Yes, just as I sketched it," Delaney said, quickly. Kieran cut her off, "the ba." Delaney nodded, "Yes. And so you know it's singular usually. So a doubling like this paired with the incomplete, quote-unquote, Ouroboros, likely suggests some kind of an unnatural disruption of two life forces. I'm sure it's referring to the twins." She raised a brow, "And I don't think it's a coincidence that they're the ones affected." "Go on," Kieran said, curious. She flipped to another sketch, revealing the serpent coiled into an almost perfect circle, its tail just missing its mouth. "And then there's this. At first, I thought it was an Ouroboros, but it's not. This gap," she paused to point to the space between the tail and the serpent's mouth, "is intentional. It's a broken cycle, not renewal as an Ouroboros would suggest. That's something being freed." Kieran nodded, "Yeah, I was going to send a text, but I figured we were meeting so." She leaned over the table to examine the sketch, then went on, "I can see why you see an Ouroboros, because of the shape, even though it's irregular. But to me, it looks like a purposeful deception. See, the features in your sketch." She traced the sketch with her finger. "The body, the coils, the horns, it's aligned more with depictions of Apep, though it's not usually circular in shape." "Apep?" Delaney asked. Kieran picked up the page, also known as Apophis, in Greek mythology. He is a serpent god of chaos and disorder. If he ever were to succeed in defeating Ra, the sun god, the world would be plunged into eternal darkness. Meaning, no sunrise, no life, just endless consuming chaos. Chaos in the dark, Delaney thought. "Of course," she said. "That makes so much sense. A night sky where no night should be." Kieran raised a brow as she put the page back on the table. "That's an eloquent way to put it." Scooting to the edge of her seat, Delaney said, "Kieran, I have to tell you about my dream." "Well, dream turned vision, I guess?" "I'm listening," her sister said. Delaney sat back, taking a breath before she spoke. "So, earlier this afternoon, after Maya left my office, I was frantic, trying to find answers, trying to ask the right questions. I went through archives and old folklore. but I wasn't making any progress. So, I decided to touch the stone, because we had such a great reaction to the bloodstone, right? Anyway, I don't know if you remember the dream I told you I had a while ago? The one you had when we first got here? About the desert? Kieran asked. Delaney took a sip of her coffee quickly, then said, yes, that one. Well, I didn't tell you that I had it again recently. And when I touched the stone, it became real. I was in the desert. The winds were insane, sand scraped my skin, it felt like tiny pellets being shot at me at full force. My lips went instantly dry, and then what? Kieran asked, leaning into her sister. Delaney pointed to the sketch of the serpent. I saw this, she said, looking her sister in the eye. And it spoke to me. It said, you will not interfere with us. It is time. We will rise. But that wasn't it. Someone else spoke, a woman. She said something about meddling, child of blood and sun, and you were not chosen, you were found. And then next thing I know I was flung across the field, into what seemed like a battle. In the sky, I saw 2 bright stars, or suns, whatever, and something happened. I felt something, but then the vision dissipated. But look, she pulled her collar to show Kieran the very real scar she still had from the talons that seared her skin. Kieran gasped. Oh my God. Positioning her collar properly, Delaney said, so yeah. But the thing is, something is telling me that most of what the woman was saying was directed to the twins. Specifically, when she said, child of blood and sun, and not being chosen, but found. Kieran leaned back, seeing the connection. Okay, so who is the woman? And what do you suppose she means by found? Delaney exhaled sharply, pulled out copies from the book at the museum, and placed them on the table. When I met with Maya, she said we needed to reverse the arrival. When I asked her of who, she gave me what I thought was a riddle, but it was the answer. She said, darkness, and the 7. At first I thought it was actually 7 of, I don't know, something, but then, after the vision, or whatever that was, I related darkness with the serpent, and I eventually came to this. She pushed the page closer to her sister and pointed to the image. Lamashtu, or the 7. She's an ancient Mesopotamian demon, with 7 names. She's a force of chaos, a devourer. She typically targeted unborn children and expectant mothers, draining their life force and spreading disease. But she wasn't exclusive in who she chose, as long as she wreaked havoc. The thing is, these aren't infants. Could their mother be pregnant? Maybe she's the primary target and not the boys? Kieran said, curiously. No, I don't think she is pregnant. I feel like that is something Warden would have mentioned. It's definitely about the boys. Maybe her hunger has grown beyond her usual pleasures. And you are sure? This is her? The woman from your vision? Kieran asked, pulling the image closer to her. Delaney looked her sister in the eye. I am. I know she is the woman who spoke to me. Look at the image closely. What do you see? Kieran examined the image, from its untamed mane, full figure, and taloned feet, she said aloud. Right, Delaney said, subconsciously rubbing the shoulder which held the scar. She met Kieran's gaze, eyes burning with certainty. I think they are both behind this. I don't know how yet, but I know I'm right. Kieran, visibly overwhelmed, held up a hand. Delaney. She leaned back, rubbing her temple before fixing her with a steady look. But why them? Delaney leaned forward, her voice low but urgent. Good question. Warden sent me this originally. He said it all began when they bought this home. Delaney scanned through her notes and handed Kieran the image. In my research I found that a 3-eyed jackal is an omen of Lamashtu. Kieran examined the image. Where did they find this? Did someone give it to them? To bring this on? Delaney shook her head. No idea, I haven't spoken directly to the Terex yet. I have been getting my information from Warden and Maya. But I think the answer we are looking for is in the lineage rather than the relic. Really? Kieran asked. Why? Well, one of the phrases the boys keep repeating, blood of my blood. Sound familiar? Solveig said something similar after the battle at Renwick, Delaney continued. She told us, the stone called to us because of the strength of our blood, and the blood of the Father. Her voice dropped, the weight of the memory pressing into every word. What if that's not just metaphorical? What if it's literal? Kieran's eyes narrowed. You're saying the boy's bloodline, whatever it is, triggered this? Exactly, Delaney said, leaning closer. If both a god and a demon of chaos are working together, it's not random. There's something significant about them. Something I haven't figured out yet. But maybe their bloodline awakened something that should have stayed buried. Kieran exhaled, tension flickering across her face. Then that means they were chosen. Or marked. Or cursed, Delaney whispered. Remember the demon bird lady said not chosen but found. Either way, we need answers. We have to talk to them, to both of them. Whatever this is, it started with them. Kieran nodded slowly, resolve hardening in her eyes. So, any ideas in your notes or sketches on how to stop it? Delaney paused. That's where Maya comes in. So what's next? Kieran asked. Delaney answered truthfully. I don't know how we will pull this one off. And I know you won't like her plan. Well, what do we do now? Just go about our business as usual tonight? Kieran asked. No, I think you should come back to my apartment. I can access the museum's archive database, and I know the two of us together could figure out what the boy's connection is to this. Delaney answered. You know what? Smart thinking. I think I have an idea, Kieran said, grabbing her things, as they stood, exiting the cafe. Let's go. Wait, what's your idea? Delaney said, gathering her notes, and rushing behind Kieran toward the exit. When they reached her apartment, the sight of Cyrus's door made her slow. The memory of their laughter from the night before, his voice, his warmth, flashed in her mind, softening her expression for a fleeting heartbeat. But the moment vanished just as quickly, replaced by the weight of what she'd seen, what she knew. Her jaw tightened. There wasn't time for distractions. Inside, Delaney dropped her bag to the floor, the sound dull against the quiet room. She winced as her jacket slid off her shoulders, damp and cold, landing in a heap near the door. She barely noticed. The chant still echoed in her mind, a low, rhythmic hum that made her pulse race. The memory of her vision flooded back, sharp and visceral. The heat, the sand, the serpent rising from the earth, black as night, its voice reverberating through her bones. It is time. We will rise. Time. It was the same word the boys had been chanting over and over, like a warning or a countdown. Delaney turned on her laptop, heart pounding. It's connected, she whispered to herself. It's all connected. Here, I'm logging in, Delaney said, motioning for her sister to sit at her computer. You can look up what you need here. I'm going to look through some of the notes I took and pages I copied earlier. Delaney sat curled into the corner of her couch, papers spread around her like fallen leaves. Ancient symbols, scribbled translations, messy arrows linking one impossible idea to another. Her folklore notes felt endless, yet still not enough. Across the room, Kieran was hunched over Delaney's laptop at the dining table, the museum database casting a sharp blue glow on her focused expression. Found anything? Kieran asked, not looking away from the screen. Nope, Delaney murmured, flipping a page, just a bunch of references, mother of monsters, devourer of children, dangerous as hell. Nothing we haven't figured out yet. Hey, come here, I think I might have something, Kieran cut in, the urgency in her voice making Delaney's head snap up. She stood quickly, notes slipping to the floor as she crossed the room. Kieran turned the screen toward her, swallowed, and then began reading aloud. When chaos hungers for the dying sun, the devourer's rise has now begun. Only the blood of radiant light can stand against his endless night. If serpent dark and mother cruel align, the sun's twin heirs must meet demise, their sacred lineage lost in time. Delaney's stomach dropped. The sun's twin heirs? She whispered. Kieran's voice lowered, and she continued. To shatter Ra's eternal light, the sun-born line must lose its right. In turn, the demon mother gains, to feast upon the sun's remains. So he summoned Lamashtu. He offered the boys to her so that he could reign, Kieran said, horror threading through her voice. And with the destruction of their entire bloodline, she will also reign. Delaney met her eyes, fear and fury warring in her expression. The sun's twin heirs must be referring to the twins. That's why both of them are involved. A god and a demon of destruction working together. Those boys must be unbelievably important. Delaney grabbed her phone. Could they be descendants of Ra? How could we possibly track a mythological family tree? We need to find their closest connection. We should speak to Maya. Now. She began scrolling to Maya's contact, and glanced at Kieran quickly before hitting call. As the line rang, she paced the room, her free hand clutching the edge of the desk as if grounding herself. The line clicked, and Maya's calm, measured voice answered. Maya, Delaney began in a hurried tone, barely waiting for the connection to stabilize. My sister Kieran is here with me. We found something. It's insane. Hello, Kieran said, her tone polite but clipped, the urgency evident. I've heard much about you, Kieran. Maya replied, her smooth voice carrying an undertone of curiosity. Have you? Well, all true, she quipped. Drawing a shaky breath, Delaney spoke. Maya, it's the boys. The chanting, the stone, everything, it's all building to something. After you left, I had a vision. The creature in it said it's time, and the boys are repeating the same word. Whatever's coming, it's happening soon. We need to find them before it does. And then, her voice hardened, we stop it. Whatever it takes. Her mind flashed back to the eerie scene she'd witnessed on Warden's call. She took a deep breath before speaking. I had a video call with Warden this afternoon. What I saw. Delaney hesitated, closing her eyes to recall the scene. The call was strange right from the start because Warden doesn't FaceTime ever. But then he showed me, the boys were chanting in unison. No, more like whispering but getting louder and louder. They were levitating, spinning in the air, quickening their pace each cycle, and were speaking in ancient Egyptian. But their eyes, she paused, swallowing hard. Black. Just, empty voids. Their irises were red. No whites, red pupils. Just empty voids with a crimson glow. And their lips were purple, like there was no life in their blood. A sharp intake of breath from Maya broke the silence. What were they chanting? Kieran pressed. Deciding to leave out that they were chanting in a language she did not know, yet understood, she simply replied, time. They were saying it over and over again. Maya's voice trembled slightly. We are out of time. Kieran's voice was steady, though laced with concern. What do you think it means? Is it a warning? A call for help? Delaney shook her head. No, I think they are possessed. I think they are being used basically as vessels for these asshole chaos twins to be rebirth. That's what I think. Anyone thinking anything else? Maya's voice broke through the tense silence. We must get to the boys. Now, I have acquired the materials. Confused, Kieran chimed in, materials? What materials? Maya answered quickly, supplies. I'll explain later. Best to do it and apologize, than ask for permission and have to disobey. It's worth it in this case, she said, her voice firm. Right now, we need to focus and make a plan. Woman of my own heart, Kieran said with a smirk, so, what's the plan? We meet at the museum, Maya said decisively. We need the stone. Yeah, okay, that makes sense, Delaney said. Kieran nodded, but wait, where are the boys? Delaney didn't tell you? Maya replied, her tone heavy with significance. I didn't get to that part. A lot has been happening. They are in Cairo. Delaney cut in. Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say somewhere far, Kieran said sarcastically. So how are we supposed to get to them tonight if they are just about 6,000 miles away? And none of us booked, Kieran began, but Delaney interrupted. Meet us at the museum entrance in 90 minutes. She said, her voice brooking no argument. Without waiting for a reply, she ended the call. Taking a deep breath, Delaney pushed herself to her feet. Whatever dark energy is awaiting them at the museum, they will have no choice but to face it. Although she had never met the boys, she felt oddly protective. They are only 11 years old, she thought. Last year, Delaney and Kieran had discovered their role guarding the veil, and it terrified them. She could only imagine how frightened 11-year-old boys are being entangled in all this. Kieran grabbed her coat. I'm definitely going to need a smoke, she said as the door closed behind them. When they got to the museum, Delaney spotted Maya standing near the doorway, silent but her posture was rigid, her expression sharp with urgency. Delaney's hand darted into her pocket as they neared the entrance, pulling out her card key. Kieran cleared her throat. Looking at Maya, she said, Hey. Maya nodded at Kieran, then turned her focus to Delaney's hand with the card key. Without a word, Delaney swiped the card. She opened the door and motioned with a curt, "This way." The women followed close behind, their silence broken only by the hurried rhythm of their steps. They entered Delaney's office, the space cluttered with papers, books, and artifacts. Delaney's eyes immediately darted to her desk. Her breath caught in her throat. The stone wasn't there. No, no, no. Delaney muttered, frantically searching the surrounding area. Kieran's brow furrowed. No one has clearance to this stone but you. Who? Delaney's head snapped up, and she exchanged a look with Maya before they said his name in unison. Nakamura. Delaney ran a hand through her hair, pacing a tight circle. Okay, she said, exhaling shakily. Look, I know why we're here. Clearly, I'm all in on trying to save these boys, and, well, the world. She gave a quick, humorless laugh. But taking the stone is literally stealing from the museum. If I walk back in here without it, that's my career. How could I even explain that to Nakamura? Her voice faltered for a moment, the reality of it pressing down. We have to bring it back, she said firmly, looking between them. No matter what. Maya stepped closer, her expression softening but resolute. We will bring it back, she said, her tone steady. You have my word, Delaney. We're not thieves, we're just borrowing it to keep the world from burning. Delaney met her eyes, the corner of her mouth twitching in reluctant agreement. Borrowing, she repeated quietly. Right. Delaney, where is Nakamura's office? Maya asked. This way, she answered. Follow me. They ran through the museum's halls, their hurried footsteps reverberating against the polished floors. The quiet grandeur of the museum surrounded them, the dim lighting casting long shadows from towering exhibits. Ancient relics encased in glass lined the corridors, their labels illuminated by soft spotlights. The air was cool, almost chilling, carrying the faint scent of aged wood and dust mingled with a hint of disinfectant. The echo of their footsteps amplified the urgency of the moment, each sound ricocheting off the high, vaulted ceilings. As they reached Nakamura's office, they halted sharply, their breaths coming fast. Delaney peered through the glass window on the door. There it was, the stone. It was sitting on his desk under the sterile glow of a desk lamp. But something was wrong. The stone emitted a distinct menacing energy. The rest of Nakamura's office, the bookshelves packed with leather-bound tomes, artifacts displayed meticulously on side tables, and a solitary potted plant drooping in the corner, seemed to fade into the background. The depiction of Apep on the stone's surface stood out even more, glowing a deep, fiery red, as though it had a life of its own, defying the otherwise still and lifeless environment. This is bad, Kieran said, her voice barely above a whisper. Delaney pushed the door open, her movements hurried but cautious. She approached the desk, her focus locked on the stone encased in glass. Her hand hovered over the case, ready to lift it. Wait, Maya said sharply, stepping forward. We must be prepared for travel upon its retrieval. Its energy could interfere with the portal. The portal? Delaney and Kieran said in unison, their voices tinged with disbelief. Maya turned away from them, her expression was unclear, but her movements were purposeful. She raised her arms slowly, her fingers splayed outward before curling inward, as though weaving invisible threads. Her hands traced intricate patterns in the air, the motions fluid yet deliberate, each one brimming with a strange, otherworldly grace. Her body swayed slightly, her steps deliberate as she shifted her weight from one foot to the other, the hem of her flowing dress seeming to flutter unnaturally in a wind that wasn't there. Her gaze dropped momentarily, the intensity in her eyes veiled, before she lifted her head with renewed focus. Her lips moved in sync with the rhythmic hum that escaped her, the unfamiliar words resonating with a vibration that seemed to pierce the air itself. The atmosphere around them thickened, the air growing heavy with an electric charge. A low, resonant hum filled the room, vibrating through their bones. The ground beneath their feet began to tremble, a faint shudder that grew stronger with each passing second. The walls and objects in the room appeared to ripple, their edges blurring as though reality itself were being unwound. A faint golden glow emanated from Maya's hands, the light cascading outward like liquid threads, spiraling and twisting as they connected to form a circular shape in the air. Before their eyes, a portal materialized, its surface shimmering and rippling like water kissed by the first rays of dawn. The edges were framed by glowing symbols and an intricate lattice of golden light that pulsed faintly, alive with its own rhythm. Within the portal's bounds, the view was starkly different. Gone was the dim, rain-soaked night of Washington, D.C. In its place was the early morning hush of Cairo, bathed in a soft, golden glow. The city seemed to be awakening. The sky above Cairo was painted in muted hues of pink and orange, the last traces of night retreating as the sun began its ascent over the horizon. The streets were quiet, with only a few merchants setting up their stalls and the occasional pedestrian hurrying by. The golden sands of the nearby desert glimmered faintly in the distance, untouched and serene, while the rhythmic calls of awakening birds echoed faintly. The Nile glistened in the soft light, its surface like a ribbon of flowing gold threading through the city. Yet, within the portal's boundaries, the sounds were subdued, as though muffled by an unseen veil. The people were seemingly oblivious to the portal's existence, their motions natural and unperturbed. The edges of the shimmering gateway hummed softly, the golden light occasionally flaring brighter, as if responding to Maya's presence. The contrast between the serene, awakening vibrancy of the city and the surreal stillness within the portal's frame was striking, as if the two worlds brushed against each other with a delicate, unspoken harmony, yet detached. Maya turned to Delaney, her voice commanding, "Get the stone." Astonished, Delaney hesitated for a heartbeat too long. "The stone guardian," Maya repeated, urgency sharpening her tone. Snapping out of her daze, Delaney moved quickly, her hands deftly lifting the glass case. She grabbed the stone, its pulsing warmth seeping into her palm. "This way," Maya instructed, stepping through the portal without hesitation. Delaney and Kieran exchanged a wide-eyed glance. The stone's energy hummed against Delaney's skin, and she felt the weight of the moment pressing down on her. Swallowing hard, she extended her free hand to Kieran, who grasped it tightly. Together, they stepped forward, their breaths held as they crossed the threshold. Delaney and Kieran stumbled forward, coughing as the shimmering portal spat them out, their senses reeling from the violent shift in air, light, and sound. The damp air gave way to the dry, warm breeze of early morning. The sun was just beginning to rise, casting a soft golden glow over the city's empty streets. A faint haze lingered in the air, giving the ancient buildings an almost ethereal quality. The distant outline of minarets and domes added to the serenity of the moment, but the silence was unsettling. Delaney turned to look at Maya and froze. The woman who had led them through the portal was no longer dressed as she had been moments ago. Instead, her attire radiated authority and mystique. Her modern white dress now transformed into a long white tunic, embroidered with intricate golden patterns that glistened faintly in the soft light. Around her neck was a broad collar necklace of turquoise and lapis lazuli, and atop her head rested a lavish golden headband, a single ostrich feather rising proudly from the front and center, completing her commanding and regal appearance. At that moment, Delaney felt she recognized Maya, and she knew if she did, then Kieran definitely did. "This way," Maya said, her voice calm yet commanding. Without waiting for a response, she began walking briskly down the narrow street. The two sisters looked at each other, then hurried to keep up, their footsteps echoing faintly in the quiet. There were little to no passerbys, but those they did encounter seemed to only acknowledge Delaney and Kieran. Quick glances between the sisters showed each other that it was something they both noticed. They followed Maya through a labyrinth of alleys and side streets, until they stopped in front of a modest home. The building's beige walls were weathered and cracked, but the wooden door was freshly painted a deep blue, standing out against the muted tones of the surroundings. Maya knocked on the door in a deliberate rhythm. It swung open almost immediately, revealing a man whose anxious expression spoke volumes. His eyes darted to each of the sisters before finally settling on Maya. Relief washed over his features as he stepped aside to let them in. As they stepped in the doorway, Maya carefully, almost ceremoniously, removed the feather from her headband and placed it in Mr. Tariq's hands. He took it with a faint, almost reverent nod. Delaney and Kieran exchanged another glance, both noting the oddity, but neither spoke. "The professor promised you would come," he said, his gaze finally landing on Delaney. His voice fractured with desperation. "Please, help my sons. We have prayed until our voices failed, until our knees could no longer hold us. We are not wicked people. Our boys, they are only children. They have done nothing to deserve this torment. His breath shuddered, eyes shining. Please, I beg you. Save them. She slowed, turning toward him fully. Mr. Tarek? Her voice gentled, and she forced herself to steady the tremor building in her chest. We want nothing more than to help Cairo and Darius, she said, letting each name land with intention. We are here because your sons matter. Because they're in danger, and because no child deserves this or should have to face this alone. His eyes flickered, a fragile hope sparking. Delaney stepped closer, lowering her voice. I promise you, we are here for them. Completely. And we will do everything in our power to remove the hold on your boys. Inside, her thoughts churned. We can do this. We have to do this, not just because of the mission, or the prophecy, but for the boys. And looking at Mr. Tarek, at the raw fear etched into his features, she knew it wasn't a battle they could afford to lose. She cared, maybe not more than she should, but certainly more than she expected. Is Warden here? Delaney asked softly. Mr. Tarek nodded quickly, his movements tight with worry as he motioned for Delaney, Kieran, and Maya to follow him deeper into the house. They moved after him, the narrow hallway dim and quiet, each footstep muffled against the worn rug beneath them. As they walked, the scents of the home seemed to gather around her, warm air thick with incense, traces of cumin and coriander, and something faintly sweet simmering from another room. But even through all of that, it was the heavy and palpable anguish that clung to the walls that struck her hardest. Yes, Mr. Tarek replied, gesturing toward the staircase. He is upstairs with the children. Kieran stopped. She lightly touched the man's arm, and asked, Mr. Tarek, before we head upstairs, is it okay if I ask you a few questions, just for context? Yes, of course, he answered anxiously. I will answer any questions you may have. Kieran gave a comforting smile. Thank you. First, could you tell us where the boys got the relic? Sorry, I'm referring to the object they brought home. At school, he said shakily. They were on a field trip to the EMC. Delaney raised a brow. EMC? The Egyptian Museum, in Cairo, he responded, looking at Delaney. Delaney nodded, and Kieran smiled and continued, I am familiar with the location. And where did they come upon the object? Did they find it, or was it given to them? She asked. Well, I asked them to describe the course of events, while they were still communicating with us, of course. Mr. Tarek's voice trembled slightly. They said the class was exploring when the guide told them an area was closed off because of some sort of damage due to flooding. My sons are good kids, but kids nonetheless. Their interest was piqued, I suppose. They said it was a tomb. A large one. He rubbed the back of his neck, the thought clearly weighing on him. Carved deep into the bedrock, with a steep descent and wide chambers. They didn't know why they felt so strongly about it, only that they felt they had to go there. So, they did the opposite of what they should, and they disobeyed. They broke away from the class, and ventured alone. He exhaled unsteadily. They looked around for some time. Darius said they started to feel like they would be caught, left behind, or worse, lost. As they were leaving, Cairo fell, hitting his knee on something hard. He picked it up, and there was that thing. He swallowed. Cairo said once it was in his hand, he felt different. Older somehow, and like he knew things he shouldn't. Felt things he shouldn't. He handed it to Darius, and it had the same effect. Darius said he felt calm, like he knew exactly where he was, and was reluctant to leave. He paused, taking another shaky breath. Before the possession became violent, they said they welcomed the encounters. I guess that's what to call it. Anyway, they would take turns holding the object, experiencing its. He paused again, this time there was anger in his tone. Whatever. Mr. Tarek, it is very important that you answer this next question as accurately as you can. Kieran took a step toward him. Do you or your wife's family have any ties to Ramses II, or his bloodline? Mr. Tarek's brow furrowed. Is that a real question? Yes, Delaney and Kieran said in unison. The area you described, Kieran began, sounds like the tomb originally designated for Ramses II. I can see how they would be drawn to it, being curious little men. The sense of adventure of it all, but can you think of any other reason they may have been pulled toward it? Ever told them any stories? Maybe something they learned or heard in school, or even on social media. Well, our family does have history here. My wife has family in Cana. That's part of the reason we chose to raise our boys here. We both believe tradition is a great teacher of identity, resilience, and reverence. But stories? Nothing specific or grand, no. As far as school or social media goes. He shook his head with a humorless sigh. There is no real way to know. And I couldn't tell you if we have the blood of a pharaoh or any connection to anyone. Let alone Ramses II. That is, well, that is just so far-fetched. Is it? Mrs. Tarek asked gently, stepping into the room. Her eyes were red from crying, but something steadier settled beneath her grief. She had clearly been listening. I've never shared this with you, Sia, she said quietly, but there were stories. Stories my father told me and my siblings when we were small. Mr. Tarek turned to her, surprised. Your father? She nodded, stepping closer, twisting her hands together. Yes, he would gather us in the courtyard on summer nights and tell us the value of our name. Sahir Ra. It was not just a label, he said, it was a weight. Her voice softened, deepening with memory. He told us it meant, awakened by Ra, watchers. That long before kings and dynasties, our ancestors were said to be touched by light, children of both blood, and of the sun. He said our lineage carried a spark, something ancient, something that does not fade. She looked at her husband. I've never told you because, well, I imagined they were just stories that he told us girls to instill pride and confidence. He was hard on my brothers, yes, but he believed traditions would be carried through the daughters first. He said we remembered differently, more faithfully. Have you shared these tales with our boys? He asked his wife, not intending to be dismissive, only concerned it may have had an effect on them. Delaney took a step toward him. Truthfully, Mr. Tarek, I am not so sure they are only tales, she said. Your boys were not victims of a random event. They were hunted, she added, mindfully. Mrs. Tarek gasped. What do you mean, hunted? Mr. Tarek exhaled slowly, absorbing his wife's words with quiet disbelief. Of blood and sun? He murmured. Delaney and Kieran exchanged glances. Suddenly, Kieran raised an eyebrow. Wait. Did you say Sahir Ra? She asked, looking at the woman. Mrs. Tarek nodded. Of course. The Sahir Ra folklore. Paramesu, Kieran continued, that's Ramses I's birth name, she said, turning her attention to the parents. Anyway, it said he relied on Sahir Ra scouts to secure intelligence during his rise as a military officer. The alliance forged deep loyalty between their houses. According to the lore, when Paramesu was named successor, the Sahir Ra matriarch at the time. I can't remember her name. Tia? Anyway, she was recorded in oral history as saying something like, Ra watches those who watch for him. The crown rises with the sun. She stopped, and looked at her sister. Paramesu ascended to the crown when his grandson, Ramses II, was 11 years old. I think we just found our direct link. Child of blood and sun. You were not chosen, you were found. Lamashtu's voice slammed into Delaney's mind, but she steadied herself and lifted her chin. Mr. and Mrs. Tarek, she said, her voice firmer than before, may we see your boys now? Mrs. Tarek exchanged a glance with her husband. Dread and fragile hope flickered in both of their eyes. Without a word, she nodded and led them up the stairs. The professor has not left their side since yesterday morning, bless him. I don't know how we would have gotten through this without his help, Mrs. Tarek said tearfully, as she led the way to the boys' room. Delaney offered a small, reassuring smile but followed her in silence. Her heart bled for the couple, but she pressed on, climbing the creaking stairs with Kieran and Maya close behind. They reached a small room at the top, the door slightly ajar. Inside, the professor stood near a window, his silhouette outlined in the morning light streaming in. Watson, he said, nodding and stepping forward to greet them as they entered. Thank God you're here, and with help, as promised. You always come through. Delaney greeted him with a hug, and then stepped aside, motioning toward Kieran. This is Kieran, my sister. She's my expert in cultural anthropology. She can help. Not an expert, just informed, Kieran corrected gently, glancing at her sister before shaking Warden's hand. Great to meet you, he said, with a smile. We can use all the help we can get. I said, my Not thee, Delaney shot back quietly. She turned to Warden again. And this? She gestured toward Maya. This is Ms. Hothrat. Hello. Nice to put a face to a name. Thank you for being here, the professor said, extending a hand to Maya. She took his hand in both of hers, inclined her head in acknowledgement, though she did not speak. Warden turned back to Delaney, his expression drawn with fatigue. Well, I'm glad you are all here, he said. I fear we're running out of time. He led them deeper into the room. The two boys lay side by side on a small bed, their faces eerily calm, their bodies unnaturally still, a haunting contrast to the frenzied, violent energy Delaney had seen through the video call. A chill slid down her spine. Keeping her voice low, she stepped closer to the bed. The chants they've been repeating. I know what they mean, she whispered. We thought they were calling for someone, but there are two powerful and very destructive entities calling to them, possessing them in order to bring forth their agenda. Maya knows how to reverse it, or at least has an idea where to start. It sounds impossible, but this situation is not exactly average. If you never trusted me before, I need you to trust me on this. We need to get them to Abydos. Abydos? Warden's voice cracked with disbelief. Why there? There's a temple. Maya believes it's essential grounds in saving the boys, Delaney said. She says rituals performed there reach beyond death, beyond time itself. She glanced at the boys again. But first, we'd like to speak to them. Have they been communicating with any of you at all? Warden's brows furrowed, but he nodded. Well, I trust you. If that's what needs to be done, then we'll do it. As far as a recovery, not very much so. In fact, not so at all. What I showed you during our call is pretty much how it has been, with periodic moments of silence. They have not been communicating at all, he said, motioning toward the twins, who were sleeping a moment ago. Now they were up, both looking toward the sisters with a sinister look through their blackened pupils. Warden froze. Cairo? Darius? Delaney turned to the parents and addressed them gently but firmly. This will take all of us. We need to get your sons to Abydos. It's the only way to help them. Darius swung his body over the bed to face Delaney at an inhuman speed and flexibility. Laney, we have a serious question for you, he said in Ezra's voice. If you were alone in the woods at night, would you rather be deaf or blind? Shocked, Kieran spoke first. What in the actual fuck? Delaney was temporarily thrown off, but regained her composure. Where is the relic? You will not succeed this night, nor any other, he said. We will remain. Delaney spoke more sternly. Where is the relic? Cairo looked at Kieran, and spoke in Elias's voice. Kier, I have a feeling this is a bad idea. Kieran instinctively backed away. Is that your only trick? You can't manipulate us. What do you think we are, helpless 11-year-old boys? Cowards, she shot back. Why are you here? Cairo said, still in Elias's voice. Didn't you say you were tired of chasing Delaney around? Sick of her dragging you into her emotional drama? I thought moving from the city for her was the last straw. He tilted his head, a cruel smile pulled at his lips. So what happened? You lose your nerve? He laughed softly. Figures. That's not true, Kieran said quickly. She turned to her sister. Laney, I never said that. Delaney nodded at Kieran and moved a step in front of her. She met Cairo's gaze head-on. Clever, she said evenly. Divide and conquer. Wish someone thought of that strategy before. Rolling her eyes, unimpressed, she continued, You know what my mother always says? Smiling, she tilted her head. Don't eavesdrop, because you'll hear something you might not want to hear. You think you can distract us with non-existent familial issues? If my sister did not make it clear enough, you cannot manipulate us. Where is the relic? Suddenly, the boys sprung to their feet and venomously spoke as one, so erudite. With not even half the strength you think you have. Halflings and a useless deity. They laughed, high and unhinged, until the sound no longer felt human. Then, before the sisters could react, both bodies lifted from the floor. Their arms were stretched wide, faces fixed with unnatural smiles, ones that almost felt as if they were conducting some unseen, demonic symphony. Just as Delaney had seen during the call, they began to spin in midair. Faster, closer. Their hands locked together, the chanting rising with them, until the sound cut off abruptly. and they crashed back to the floor in a boneless heap. Delaney turned once more to Mr. Tarek, this time with more urgency. "We must get going. Now." He nodded, but Mrs. Tarek hesitated, her hands trembling as she clutched her shawl. "Will they be safe?" she asked, her voice breaking. Maya stepped in. "Yes. We will do everything in our power to protect them," she said, her tone steady and reassuring. "But we must act quickly." "Wait," Mrs. Tarek said, "how can you be so sure?" Maya placed a hand on Mrs. Tarek's shoulder and said, "You have always been considered among the most faithful," she said, quietly. "Hold true." With reluctant agreement, the parents began gathering necessities for the journey. The tension in the room was almost tangible, pressing down like a weight on everyone present. Mrs. Tarek moved quickly, her hands trembling as she hastily collected a faded patchwork blanket from a chair and tossed it into a worn canvas bag. She hesitated for a moment, her fingers grazing the edge of a tiny stuffed animal, a frayed rabbit with one floppy ear, before placing it gently on top of the bundle. Mr. Tarek busied himself at the kitchen counter, methodically filling a leather satchel with provisions. He placed a wrapped loaf of flatbread inside, a small tin of dried dates and 4 flasks of water. His movements were deliberate, but his jaw was clenched tightly, the strain visible as he worked. Pausing briefly, he reached for a polished bronze amulet hanging on the wall and tucked it into his pocket, his fingers lingering on it as though it carried more weight than its size suggested. As the group prepared to leave, their path ahead fraught with danger was lit by a faint glimmer of hope. They piled into Warden's rental car in hurried silence, the cramped interior forcing them together in uncomfortable proximity. In the backseat, the parents squeezed in with the twins, each clutching a child tightly against their chest. Maya sat rigid beside them, a borrowed leather satchel secured in her lap, the Luxor stone hidden safely inside. In the front, Warden occupied the passenger window seat, Kieran was wedged into the middle, and Delaney behind the wheel, relying on Kieran's cell phone for GPS directions after realizing she couldn't find her own phone. The car sped along the dusty road, the desert sun glaring down on them through the windshield. In the backseat, the parents each held a child tightly. The twins had woken, but their eyes remained closed, and their voices began to rise in unison. "Pei ne yon pei," they chanted, louder and louder with each repetition. Their small bodies writhed in their parents' grasp, their movements growing more erratic with each passing moment. "The age has arrived," Delaney said. "That is what they are saying," looking over her shoulder quickly to the parents. "How did you know that?" Kieran asked, looking at her sister, but Delaney did not respond. "Faster," Maya urged. "I'm going as fast as I can." Delaney shot back as her knuckles gripped the steering wheel. The car's engine roared, but its outdated design struggled to match Delaney's urgency. Sweat dripped down her temple, and she wiped it away quickly. "Have we got the relic?" Delaney asked, still focused on the road. "Yes, I have it," Mrs. Tarek answered. "I found it underneath a loose floor panel in their bedroom when I was gathering their shoes." "Good," Maya responded. "I will need you to give it to me once we arrive." Mrs. Tarek nodded in understanding, as she held her son close to her chest. "Why not just make another pour?" Kieran began, glancing at Maya, who was sitting in between the parents in the back seat. Her words died on her lips as Maya turned to her sharply, her gaze like a dagger. The unspoken message was clear. Maya had secrets she intended to keep. Delaney narrowed her eyes at the exchange, curious why Maya reacted that way. Maybe there's a cost for that kind of thing, she thought. Kieran just swallowed her frustration and looked away, the tension in the car thick enough to cut. "We're almost there," Delaney said, her voice steady despite the chaos around her. Her eyes flicked to the rearview mirror, catching a glimpse of the twins, who had resumed relentlessly chanting. "Which brings me the next order of business," Maya said, instinctively. She turned her head slightly, as if bracing for a reaction. "When we get there," she began, her voice calm but firm, "the 3 of us," she pointed to Delaney, Kieran and herself, "will escort the boys into the Osirion." What about us?" Mr. Tarek asked, his voice strained. Mrs. Tarek clutched her son tighter, her tears carving streaks through the dust on her face. "I will not leave them," she cried, her voice breaking with desperation. Maya's expression softened, but her tone remained resolute. "You are not leaving them, my dear," she said. "But you cannot accompany them on this journey. Your presence will make them more vulnerable. You will better serve them this way." "How? By sitting in the car?" Mrs. Tarek sobbed, her grip tightening on her son as though she could shield him from whatever was coming. "This temple is closed to the public," Maya explained calmly. "We will need someone on the outside to ensure we are undetected. If anything comes, you must keep them out at all costs." Delaney stayed quiet, listening intently to Maya's instructions. She knew Maya was omitting something. The hard part, the part she didn't want to tell the parents. Her stomach twisted, but she pressed harder on the gas. The car jolted as it sped over uneven terrain. By the time they arrived at the temple, it was mid-afternoon. The sun blazed overhead, and the dry heat was oppressive. Sweat dripped from everyone as they stepped out of the car, the lack of air conditioning leaving them exhausted and sticky. The ancient structure loomed before them, its weathered facade radiating an air of solemnity and mystery. The parents hesitated, their hands clutching the boys protectively. Delaney and Kieran exchanged a glance before stepping forward. Together with Warden, they gently but firmly pried the boys from their parents' arms. Mrs. Tarek's cries were heart-wrenching, and her husband held her tightly, whispering words of comfort as he fought back his own tears. "We'll bring them back," Delaney said softly, her voice firm with conviction. With a grim but determined expression, Warden nodded to her. The three women carried the boys into the temple. Shadows danced along the ancient stone walls, and the air beneath the colossal roof was cool, a stark, blessed contrast to the searing desert heat outside. Their footsteps echoed in hollow stillness until they reached the heart of the structure. Delaney shifted the weight of the unconscious twin in her arms, steadying him as they walked. The boy was limp, breathing shallow but even. Kieran mirrored her, one of the twins draped over her shoulder, her hand braced beneath his ribs to keep him upright. "A lot of water for the middle of the desert," Delaney said, adjusting her grip on the boy to stop his feet from dragging against the stone floor. Kieran gave a thin, tired smile. "Yeah, that's part of the point." Delaney blinked. "The point?" "Yup." Kieran hitched the twin higher in her hold before adding, "It's debated. But it's commonly believed that this temple was built as a symbolic tomb for Osiris. Not a burial place for a body, but for the idea of rebirth." She took a breath, glancing toward the water. To represent the world before life, before land, before the cycle began. Delaney thought of the unexplained moisture coming from the Luxor stone. The clues all seem so obvious now. She looked at her sister in genuine confusion, and asked, "But then why would we bring the boys here? A temple for rebirth? When we are trying to keep something from birthing? What if this is a trap?" Maya signaled for them to halt. "Lay them down here," she said, pointing toward the slab. Delaney and Kieran carefully placed the boys side by side on the granite. Maya pulled the Luxor stone out of a leather satchel, and placed it inside an opening in the stone wall. Beneath it, she arranged a small amulet, the wooden relic, and a piece of bread beside them. Her posture was careful, respectful, like that of a priestess. She began to chant. The language was foreign, guttural and hypnotic, and as each syllable left her lips, the air inside the hall seemed to pulse. The water around the central island rippled in response, and the massive granite monoliths came alive under the shifting light. Suddenly, the stone walls quivered as though breathing. The hieroglyphs etched on the slab brightened, sending lines of ancient script burning into the air like sigils. "It is here," Maya said, her voice steady but charged. "Be ready." Kieran's eyes widened, and she whispered, "I don't like the sound of that." "Chaos," Delaney said softly, dread rolling through her. A silence fell, then there was a low hiss, like stone grinding against stone. From the water, something began to rise. A serpent, small at first, appeared as a ripple in the channel. Its scales gleamed like obsidian. Then it grew. The walls seemed to stretch as the creature's body coiled and uncoiled, each twist darker and broader than the last, until the serpent's massive form hovered above the boys. Its eyes blazed blood red, its forked tongue flicked sharply, as if tasting the air. The boys sat up at once, and their movements were no longer human. They rose with the same unsettling rhythm as the serpent, slow, swaying from side to side, their spines bent in sinuous arcs that mirrored each undulation of the creature above them. Their arms hung loosely at their sides at first, then lifted in subtle, curvy motions, their wrists turned as though guided by invisible coils. Their heads tilted with a sharp, predatory precision, snapping into alignment with the serpent's own gaze. Their eyes now echoed the serpent's. They were vivid red, bright, unnatural, and alive with something that was not pure. Their mouths stayed silent, but the intensity of their stare was venomous. And they weren't looking at Maya. They were looking directly at Delaney and Kieran. The serpent, however, lowered its massive head, and locked its glowing eyes onto Maya. When it spoke, its voice was a paradox. The words stung with venom, yet they flowed smoothly, gliding through the air like silk and caressing the ears of all who heard. How fitting, the creature hissed, its tone dripping with disdain. The air around the serpent seemed to darken, creating an oppressive aura that wrapped around the chamber. Maya stood firm, her gaze unwavering. "Go back to your realm, beast." She took a step forward, and smiled mockingly. "Your place is not here." The serpent's eyes narrowed, its stare emitting a sound that was otherworldly, a rumble that seemed to shake the fabric of the temple. Its body expanded even more, its dark scales glinted with an unnatural sheen as it grew even larger and wider, coiling around the granite slab. Opep's gaze shifted, falling on each of the three women. "And who shall be my demise? You? The halflings?" It sneered, its voice resonating with a dark mockery. As the words faded into the stone, Delaney felt a tightening in her chest, an unmistakable sense that things were about to get a million times worse. Shadows along the chamber walls deepened, thickening as if the darkness itself had weight. She took a step back, her heart pounding, as she watched shapes begin to form where there had been nothing, only moments before. Grotesque figures emerged slowly, peeling themselves from the dark. They resembled soldiers, in the loosest sense of the word. Their bodies were fused from scaly flesh, and churning black smoke that never fully settled. Looking at them made her uneasy. It was like watching something unfinished struggle to exist. Faint streaks of red light glimmered beneath their surfaces, glowing and fading like buried embers, each pulse matching the dull, menacing burn of their eyes. Anchored within hollow shadowed faces, they fixed on her with a cold, deliberate malice that made her stomach twist. When the figures moved, it was neither smooth nor natural. They lurched and swayed, as if pulled by unseen strings, their motions just unsteady enough to feel wrong. Delaney's eyes widened with the realization that the molten ember light threading beneath their skin was identical to the eerie pulse beneath the surface of the Luxor stone. Each soldier gripped a crescent blade that shimmered with an unnatural light. The metal seemed alive, veins of red energy ran along the edges, crackling faintly as though imbued with dark power. Their armor was an extension of the shadows. Pieces of plating that looked like polished volcanic stone materialized and shifted with their movements. Intricate carvings of flexuous forms adorned their chest plates, coiling and writhing as if alive, further binding them to the will of Opep. The soldiers advanced, their steps unnervingly silent despite the weight of their presence. The air seemed to thicken as they drew closer, their movements deliberate, as though savoring the fear radiating from their prey. They formed a tightening half-circle around the women, their eyes fixed and unyielding, promising swift and merciless violence. Their presence was suffocating, and the pillars seemed to tremble under the weight of their menacing power. But Maya's lips curved into a smile as if she held a secret. She lifted her chin with calm defiance, and the ground beneath their feet began to tremble, sending ripples across the dark water channels that surrounded the central island of stone. The rumbling deepened, vibrating through the colossal pillars and the granite blocks that lined the chamber. Dust rained from above, drifting like pale mist into the still, black water. Cracks spread across the ancient floor, thin at first, then widening, and bright lines of light broke through the polished granite beneath them. Delaney felt the tremor travel up her legs and reached instinctively for Kieran's arm, steadying herself as the fractures raced outward toward the trench-like channels. The carved niches along the walls flickered to life, lit by a glow that shifted and pulsed like a nervous breath. The water surrounding the platform began to churn, slapping hard against the stone edges in a violent, uneven rhythm. The sound echoed through the chamber, too loud, too close. Kieran drew in a sharp breath, her grip tightening as she stared at the rising water, her expression caught somewhere between calculation and fear. Neither of them spoke. There was nothing to say. They looked into the disturbed surface of the water, and saw the reflections of the decrepit soldiers, warped and bending. And then, the earth split open. Behind the three women, the central platform split along a glowing fault line. The fracture crawled like lightning through stone, then gave way. Granite blocks buckled and surged upward, shoved by a force unseen. A chasm ripped open in the floor, widening with violent hunger. The sound filled the chamber. A grinding roar, bone deep and unrelenting, like the temple itself was awakening after centuries of sleep. Then came the silence after impact. The kind that makes your heartbeat sound too loud in your own ears. From the rift rose a figure that made the air tighten. The water trembled outward in slow, widening rings as the being ascended, and the pillars casted broken shadows that rippled like stained glass across his emerging form. Light bled upward from the cracks beneath him, catching on the sharp architecture of ancient stone and turning him into a towering silhouette, not distant but inevitable. Cold mist climbed from the water where heat met the chamber's chill, spiraling upward in pale threads. It gathered around him, curling at his feet and shoulders like a story reluctant to reveal its final shape. The dust, long undisturbed, lifted into the air, caught in the tension of his rise. The ground shuddered beneath him when his wings opened. They were vast and black, but not unreal. They were crafted, deliberate. Their edges were traced with fine silver patterns that looked less like ornament and more like language, something ancient but almost readable, like a warning written in beauty. When they unfurled, the sound wasn't a shriek or storm, but a low, thunderous rustle, deep, calm, heavy. He didn't feel like a statue or specter. He felt like someone who had walked through fire, cracked the earth, and stood anyway. The kind of being you called a god because no human language had ever been built to contain something like him. His body was sculpted like stone brought to life, every line and muscle etched with ancient hieroglyphs that glowed faintly against his bronzed skin. Gold and lapis armor shimmered across his shoulders and chest, catching the fractured light pouring from the cracked floor. A striped Nemes headdress framed his sharp features, and his coal-lined eyes burned with commanding intensity. Maya inhaled sharply. Then her voice dropped to a reverent whisper. Menmatra. At the sound of his name, the winged figure turned his gaze toward her. He gave a single, acknowledging nod, silent, but impossibly heavy with authority. Maya immediately bowed her head, stepping aside with the deference owed to a king. Behind him, the earth stirred again. Not in a roar, more like a rumble, deep and measured. Figures rose from the new opening, only a handful, no more than 10. But their presence filled the chamber as if they were a legion. Their bodies were carved of deep red sandstone, the surfaces of their limbs were striated like weathered cliffs, though they moved with fluid, deadly grace. Their armor-plated armor was graced with engravings that shifted seamlessly with their motions, glowing faintly with internal ember light. These soldiers carried weapons of their own. Onyx-edged curved blades, shields shaped like falcon wings and spears tipped with darkened bronze that flickered with trapped heat. When they moved forward, the sound was not the clatter of metal, but the thud of stone meeting stone, echoing like the heartbeat of the desert. Menmatra advanced, his wings trailing behind him with predatory elegance. His gaze rose to the serpent coiled above the boys, unshaken by its massive form. He spoke, and the temple vibrated with the force of it. Apep, he said, his voice rolling like thunder, you wish to conquer the sun, but cannot muster the courage alone. He shook his head. Sending the weak and the desperate to do your bidding. They will fail, as will you. End this now. You cannot win. Stone warriors raised their weapons in silent, unwavering readiness, unbreakable in form, and more lethal than armies of mortal men. Apep lifted its massive head, its crimson eyes narrowed with twisted amusement. The great coils shifted, scraping against the stone with a sound like granite grinding bone. A low hiss slithered through the temple, then words laced with venom followed. Menmatra, the serpent's tongue flicked. Protector of order. Lapdog of balance. A cruel chuckle rippled through the chamber, vibrating the water channels. You arrive with few warriors and your broken priestess, Apep taunted, its voice stretching unnaturally through the boys' throats at once. Do you truly believe this night belongs to you? Menmatra did not move. His jaw tightened, but his gaze remained fixed, unblinking. Then the air shifted. Suddenly, Delaney felt a pressure behind her eyes, sharp and invasive, as if something had pressed a hand against her thoughts. She swayed, catching herself just as Cairo and Darius began to rise slowly off the slab. "No," she screamed, the word left her before she could stop it. Kieran inhaled sharply as the boys' bodies moved in ways they shouldn't, they were way too controlled. Their pupils split into thin slits of burning red, light leaking from them like fractures in glass. Their forms bent against their own anatomy, held in place by a force that did not belong to them. Delaney took a step forward on instinct, her panic flared hot and immediate, but Kieran seized her arm, grounding her with a bruising grip. "Careful," Kieran mouthed to Delaney. The boys didn't cry out. They didn't hesitate. That silence was deliberate and terrifying. Kieran was right to be cautious, she thought. Apep lunged, not in flesh, but in will. Cairo and Darius hovered in the air, swaying, their movements sharp and devious. Their pupils split into slits of burning ember. And then, they struck. Both boys launched off the slab with impossible force, their limbs snapping at strange angles midair. A wave of chaotic energy exploded outward from them. The blast felt like a sandstorm tore through the chamber. Kieran screamed and threw up an arm as the shockwave hammered into her. Delaney grabbed her wrist, dragging her back. Maya staggered, bracing herself with one hand pressed to the stone. The serpent's laughter echoed through the chamber, doubling through the boys' mouths. "Order will bleed tonight," Apep snarled. "And I will wield your mortals to make it so." At his words, the twins landed in front of Menmatra's soldiers, swaying in perfect unison, their bodies mimicking the serpent's hypnotic coil, left to right, predators obeying their god. Then their heads snapped upward, eyes burning. They struck again, faster this time, Apep's first true attack, delivered through the stolen vessels of innocent children. With a single sweep of Menmatra's arm, his men surged forward, silent and precise. More dust shook loose from the ancient pillars, drifting down as their footsteps struck stone with bone-jarring force. Their spears flared to life, the edges glowing as if heat had awakened within the metal. The chamber trembled violently, and Delaney flinched, her breath ripped from her lungs by the sudden impact. Kieran steadied herself beside her, eyes tracking every movement, her focus sharp even as fear pressed in. Maya stood next to the sisters, eyes closed, lips moving in a silent chant, her hands clenched as if holding the moment together through sheer faith. Apep hissed, rearing back, its massive coils swelling with fury. The collision was immediate. Two soldiers struck the serpent's flank, their spears drove deep into the shifting darkness of its form. The impact split scale and shadow alike. Red fire burst outward where steel met flesh, burning through the roiling black mist beneath its hide. A third warrior slammed his shield into Apep's face. The force of it thundered through the chamber, sending ripples across the water channels. The serpent snapped back, and its jaws lashed out to clamp around the soldier's forearm. Stone fractured under the pressure, and fire bled from the cracks. Then Menmatra moved. His wings spread wide, and with a single, powerful beat, he surged forward. Gold and lapis flashed as he cut through the air, his kilt and jeweled collar caught the fractured light like molten sun. His khopesh burned with a steady blue radiance as he brought it down toward the serpent's neck, calm, deliberate, and certain of its mark. The impact was cataclysmic. The serpent shrieked, the sound split the air like tearing metal. Darkness and despair sprayed from the wound, dissolving into ash before it hit the floor. And at that blow, Apep faltered. Its control slipped. Cairo and Darius jerked violently, their bodies arching as if invisible strings were being severed. Their eyes flickered from red to black to white, then the boys collapsed in unison, dropping like marionettes whose puppeteer had lost his grip. "Now," Delaney barked. Kieran lunged forward, scooping Cairo into her arms with surprising strength. Maya grabbed Darius by the shoulders, pulling him across the slab with practiced precision. Together, they dragged the limp children toward a second granite block in the shadows. They pressed them back against the stone, shielding their small bodies with their own. Behind them, the battle raged. A soldier's spear shattered into fiery shards as Opep whipped its tail, smashing him across the chamber. Stone dust burst into the air. Another soldier leapt from a raised platform, driving his blade deep into Opep's coiled back, as stone fingers anchored him in place. Menmatra advanced again. His wings beat once, then twice, each time sending shockwaves of divine force. Delaney crouched beside the boys, her pulse hammered as she watched the chaos unfold, but her ears were tuned to Cairo's breathing, to Darius's heartbeat. "Don't give up," she whispered, brushing a trembling hand over their foreheads. "We're fighting for you." Suddenly, Menmatra's soldiers broke away from the clash with Opep, pivoting sharply toward the gathering horde. The air was split with battle cries, and the furious hiss of sand being torn aside by charging feet. A wall of scaled creatures, warped black smoke with pulsing crimson veins and twisted jaws, surged forward. Menmatra's men braced, causing shields to slam into monstrous bodies. The first impact cracked through the chamber like thunder. Blades caught the dim, shifting light, and turned into streaks of fire, as the soldiers met the oncoming army head-on. Sandstone blades drove into scaled flesh, kicking up bursts of sand, ichor, smoke, and bone. A soldier swung downward, splitting a serpent-headed warrior across the collarbone. Another drove his spear straight through the chest of a multi-limbed brute, pinning it to the ground as more rushed in behind. The soldiers held the line, their combined force swept outward, pushing the horde back inch by inch. Their movements were disciplined, precise arcs of blades, short jabs, heavy strikes, cleaving and blocking. Each movement forced the tide away from the slab where the twins had fallen. A cruel smile flickered on Menmatra's face. Just he and the serpent remained. The god's massive coils writhed, his form flickered, like something half-tethered between worlds. His fanged maw twisted as Menmatra approached with his khopesh raised, eyes blazing with wrath. Opep lunged. Menmatra intercepted, driving his blade across the serpent god's face. Blood sprayed, sizzling, as it hit the sand. That was when the air changed. It thickened, heated, darkened. Delaney's stomach sank, a cold, hollow weight pressing against her ribs. She stumbled back, her hand brushed against Kieran's arm, seeking some anchor in the sudden shift. Kieran's eyes narrowed, scanning the space around them even as her jaw tightened. Every instinct screamed something immense had just arrived. A pulse of pressure rippled through the chamber, vibrating through the stone, making the boys flinch. Every gaze shot upward as a shadow split open in the air above the ruins, spreading like spilled ink across the desert sky. Delaney and Kieran's fists clenched at their sides. Still, no words between the sisters. Their eyes widened as the demon stepped through. "The Devourer," Delaney whispered, barely audible. Her arrival sucked the warmth from the air, and replaced it with something uncanny, something cold and predatory. Her hair blew around her like a storm caught mid-roar, brown and gold strands whipped against the desert wind. The feathers on her skirt and armor glinted like burnished gold. Bronze talons curled from her feet, and clicked against the stone as she descended slowly, effortlessly. Massive serpents coiled in each of her hands, hissed as their fangs dripped venom. Her eyes, those molten, glowing orbs, swept over the battlefield, completely unimpressed. Then a low, humorless laugh slipped from her lips. "So this is the spectacle you promised, Opep?" she drawled, voice dripping with mocking delight. "You assured me of chaos, of ruin, yet I arrived to find you being carved apart like a sacrificial goat." Opep recoiled, his coils shuddering as rage rippled through the sand itself. "You," he hissed, fury splintering his voice. "You promised aid." She raised a hand in annoyance, and both serpents reared. Their hoods flared, and their tongues flicked out, with an eerie synchronized hiss that silenced him. "You embarrass yourself," she said. "Your army struggles against halflings. And you cannot even restrain two boys. Pathetic." The words shattered into a violent hiss as one of Menmatra's warriors drove his weapon deep into the serpent's side. Lamashtu rolled her eyes, but she did not move. Blue and red fire flared at the point of impact, ripping through scale and shadow. Opep convulsed. Its coils thrashed as the blow forced him backward, his massive form sinking into the churning sand beneath him. Grain swallowed his retreat, the desert folded around its wounds as it withdrew, leaving behind scorched earth, and a pressure in the air that refused to fully lift. He was gone, but not defeated. Not yet. Menmatra did not hesitate. As Opap withdrew into the sand, he followed, silent and relentless, a hunter tracking wounded prey. With a glance back, heavy with command, he left Delaney, Kieran, and Maya standing at the heart of the battle, charged with what remained, the Devourer. Behind the demoness, the soldiers continued battling Opap's horde, but several stole glances her way, fear rippling through their formation. Lamashtu floated down until her talons touched the sand, cracking the earth beneath them. Then she spoke, "I tire of incompetence," her voice smooth as silk, but lethal as a blade. "You promised chaos, and I will have it." Her eyes burned brighter. She smiled, then said, "Allow the Mother of Destruction to show you how it is truly done." Delaney's hands trembled, but she forced them into fists, willing herself to stay focused. "It's time," she said to Kieran and Maya, the weight of the moment pressing down on her. "This is on us." Kieran stood beside her, breath shallow but steady. She gripped Delaney's arm, her voice low and urgent. "If you have any bright ideas, I'm all ears," she whispered, tension threading through every word. At that moment, Maya's voice rose above the noise. She began chanting, her voice getting louder and sharper with repetition. Her hands carved deliberate patterns in the air, and faint threads of shimmering energy rippled outward, pulsing with the rhythm of her voice. The ground beneath her seemed to answer, vibrating as though it, too, waited for the moment to strike. Out of nowhere, Opap loomed over the battlefield, like a shadow stretching across the temple. Its roar rolled through the chamber, shaking walls and water channels alike. "You cannot stop me," it bellowed, its voice surrounding them, suffocating in its force. "You are nothing before me." Menmater's wings unfurled like colossal blades. He shot upward, hovering above the serpent with precise control. "Your reign will never end," he declared, voice steady, unwavering. He smirked wickedly. "Because it has never begun." The serpent lunged with speed impossible to follow with the eye, but Menmatra met it head-on. With his crook raised, he blocked the strike, the impact sending a shockwave that rattled stone and dust. With a swift, fluid motion, he brought down his flail across Opap's face. The wicked creature shrieked, convulsing as it thrashed in pain. The chamber erupted in chaos, a clash of gods, demons, and warriors, echoed through the air like a storm of fury and desperation. Delaney and Kieran barely had a moment to breathe before the ground beneath them quaked violently, splitting open once more with a deafening roar. A thick, acrid wind rushed forth from the chasm, carrying the scent of decay and fire. Delaney tried to move. Her legs refused. Without warning, she felt a crushing wall of pressure hit her chest and skull at the same time. Beside her, Kieran barely had time to gasp before the force seized them both, ripping their feet from the ground and flinging them backward. There was no sense of direction, only weight, speed, and the sickening certainty that they were no longer in control of their bodies. They struck the sand hard, the impact driving the breath from their lungs in a sharp, helpless rush. Delaney gritted her teeth, tasting sand and heat as she skidded, and the ground tore at her exposed skin. A thick cloud of dust swallowed the world for a heartbeat. When it cleared, Lamashtu stood before them, her taloned feet buried deep in the earth, as if the ground had yielded to her arrival. The demon raised her arms, and her fingers curled into jagged claws. The serpents coiled in her hands slipped free, slithering down her arms, across her torso, and crossed over each other at her abdomen, before sinking into her skin. For a moment, only shifting bulges marked their passage beneath the flesh. Then they broke free again, tearing back through her skin without blood, spilling onto the sand where they vanished, burrowing toward the boys with purposeful, unnerving speed. Lamashtu never looked away from the sisters. A guttural incantation poured from her lips, each word thick with venom and intent. Lamashtu's gaze lifted to the boys, and she smiled, continuing her demonic chant. As if summoned, the twins let out a twisted, unnatural scream. Their bodies began to convulse, causing their limbs to snap and jerk as though an unseen force had seized them and pulled tight. Delaney's stomach turned, as she watched black veins crawl across each of the boys' skin, alive, and spreading too fast. Their once red glowing eyes were now dark as night, and their mouths opened and closed, repeating words neither of the women could hear. Delaney's blood ran cold, and she looked anxiously at Kieran. "She's doing something to them. She's trying to take them," she said, her eyes widening as she realized, she's binding them to her. "Then, we end this now," Kieran snapped, forcing herself to her feet, fury sharpening her voice. Lamashtu's laughter was a slow, wicked thing. "You are not fit to challenge me, fledglings." Just then, the air around Delaney and Kieran sharpened, tightening until it began to hum, low and resonant, sending a shiver straight through their bones. Delaney stumbled as the vibration surged up from the stone beneath her feet. Kieran planted herself, her muscles tensing as the sound pressed against her ribs like a second heartbeat. It wasn't pain. It was recognition. Lamashtu's smile faltered, only for a moment, but her laughter thinned and her eyes narrowed. Heat flared in Delaney's hands, sudden and blinding, so familiar it stole her breath. She looked down as metal pooled beneath her fingers, moving like molten lava, alive, fluid, curling around her palms as if it had been waiting for her touch. The metal stretched, lengthening until it hardened with a clear, ringing note. A sword took shape in her grasp, long and luminous, its blade etched with gold symbols that glowed softly as they shifted and reformed, whispering a language meant only for her. The air around her shimmered in response. Power rushed through her, it felt like stepping from shadow into intense sunlight. Armor flowed into place along her skin, piece by piece, gliding effortlessly as if guided by memory rather than force. A breastplate settled over her chest, bracers wrapped her forearms, and segmented plates locked around her legs. What began as liquid darkness solidified into basalt, deep, matte, and unyielding, its surface edged and inlaid with radiant gold, that pulsed faintly, alive with purpose. Her pulse thundered in her ears. She felt no weight, only strength. Kieran suddenly gasped as something heavy settled into her own grip, a long bow, elegant and lethal, forged from dark wood etched with glowing runes. The string vibrated softly, thrumming with a power that felt expectant, as though it already knew the arrows she would draw from it. A ripple of energy washed over her, and armor surged into existence across her body. It formed in overlapping plates, like her sister's, flowing like molten stone before locking into place. Sleek basalt fitted perfectly to her frame. Gold traced the seams in precise lines, glowing faintly in the dim light, mirroring the runes curling along her bow, as though the two had been forged to answer one another. She lifted her head, and her gaze met Delaney's across the chaos. Her eyes widened, not with fear, but with a fierce, startled recognition, as if she were seeing her sister clearly for the first time, and finally seeing herself reflected beside her. Lamashtu tilted her head, intrigued but unimpressed. "So, the guardians reveal themselves." She flexed her wings. "Then come little warriors. Show me you are worthy of the blood you carry." Delaney tightened her grip on her sword, the weight feeling like an extension of herself. Kieran took aim, the tension in the bowstring singing against her fingertips. Lamashtu moved first. The demon's wings snapped outward with a thunderous crack, sending a wave of energy that distorted the air, like heat off desert stone. Sand lifted in violent torrents around her, forming jagged whips that lashed toward Delaney and Kieran with unnatural speed. Delaney ducked, rolling to the side as a tendril of sand slashed where she'd been standing. Kieran leapt back, drawing an arrow and loosing it in a single, fluid motion. The glowing projectile streaked through the air, aimed directly for Lamashtu's chest. But the demon was faster. With a flick of her wrist, she struck the arrow mid-flight. The pieces disintegrated into the air as Lamashtu let out a low, guttural laugh. "You insult me," she sneered. Then she lunged. Delaney barely had time to bring her blade up before Lamashtu's claws raked against the metal, the impact sending shockwaves up her arms. The force threw her back, her boots digging trenches into the sand. Kieran fired another shot, aiming for Lamashtu's head, but the demon twisted unnaturally, dodging the arrow by mere inches, before thrusting forward with ferocious speed, and slamming a clawed hand into Kieran's midsection. The impact was devastating. Kieran's body hurtled backward, colliding with a half-buried stone slab. A sharp cry escaped her lips as pain exploded through her ribs. Stars burst in her vision, and she barely registered Delaney shouting her name. But there was no time to recover. Lamashtu turned her attention back to Delaney, closing the distance in a single predatory step. Delaney swung her sword, aiming for the demon's exposed side, but Lamashtu caught the blade between her talons, stopping it mid-swing. The demon leaned in, her breath hot and rancid against Delaney's face. "You have the instinct," she murmured, her voice deceptively affectionate. "But it is not enough." With a vicious twist, she yanked Delaney's sword free, and slammed her into the sand. Pain instantly flared in Delaney's shoulder as she gasped for breath, everything smeared into motion and light. She tried to push herself up, but Lamashtu planted a foot against her chest, pinning her down. Kieran struggled to rise, her fingers tightened around her bow, but the ache in her ribs made every movement torture. She looked up just in time to see Lamashtu raise her free hand, dark energy coalescing around her fingertips. Worse than an insect, Lamashtu snarled. A burst of raw power struck Kieran like a hammer. She screamed as she was thrown across the battlefield, her body skidded across the sand before coming to a jarring stop. Delaney coughed, struggling against the weight of Lamashtu's foot pressing down on her. Smiling, the demon gazed down, and whispered, "It is over." Then, almost imperceptibly, Lamashtu leaned closer to Delaney, her voice low, sinister, threading into her mind. "Yield, halfling." A jolt of agony tore through Delaney. Her eyes stung, her ears rang, and crimson tears began to streak down her face. Her limbs shook violently, and her mind felt disoriented, as though tethered to some invisible weight. She tried to cry out, but the words caught in her throat. The battlefield seemed to tilt around her. Kieran's figure blurred at the edges of Delaney's vision, the sand dissolving into a shifting haze. Everything narrowed to the hiss of Lamashtu's whisper and the crushing pressure behind her eyes, as if her skull might split under it. But then, from the corner of her vision, through the blur and dust, Delaney saw movement. Maya. She was walking, slow, deliberate, untouched by the chaos. She stopped, and with one hand, she traced a triangle in the sand, her finger carving clean lines through the grit. She knelt, scooped up a handful of earth, and let it spill through her fingers as she whispered something meant for the ground itself. The wind stirred, faint at first, tugging at loose fabric, and lifting grains of sand into the air. Maya pulled an amulet from beneath her collar, ancient and worn, its turquoise surface catching the light as it rose. She lifted it high and began to spin, her movement fluid and reverent, chanting as the wind answered her, growing stronger with each measured turn. Her words were heavy with power, threading through the battlefield like something stitching the world back together. The pressure in Delaney's skull loosened, replaced by warmth coiling through her chest and limbs. Strength returned, steady and sure. A small, disbelieving smile touched her lips as she felt the shift. Lamashtu felt it too. The demon shrieked, and pain exploded through Delaney as Lamashtu struck her in fury, fast and brutal, shoving Delaney deeper into the sand. "Delaney!" Kieran screamed. Instinct overrode thought. Kieran lunged, her bow forgotten, her body moving on pure rage and fear. She barely registered Lamashtu's movement, only the sudden, crushing impact as a taloned foot slammed into her chest. The force lifted her clean off the ground. The world spun, and air was ripped from her lungs again, as she went flying, before she hit the sand hard again, the shock rattling through bone and armor. Lamashtu loomed again, snarling, the wind howling now around them as Maya's chant continued, unbroken, relentless. Kieran groaned as she rolled onto her side, vision swimming. She sucked in a sharp breath and forced herself upright, panic flaring as her eyes scanned the sand. Her bow. There. Half buried, just beyond her reach. She lunged for it, her fingers closing around the curve of dark wood. The moment it was in her hands, something in her steadied. She rose to one knee, her breath slowing as she drew the string back in one smooth motion. Her aim locked instantly on the creature looming over her sister. Before she released, she said, "I'm getting real tired of being tossed around, asshole." The arrow flew. It struck Lamashtu dead center in the stomach, sinking in with a wet, jarring impact. The demon shrieked, staggering back a step. Kieran was already on her feet, moving, drawing, anchoring, releasing. The second arrow hit higher, burying itself in Lamashtu's chest with a flash of gold-lit runes. Lamashtu reeled, fury and shock breaking her focus. That moment was all Delaney needed. She tore herself free, boots grinding into the sand as she rose. She quickly took it all in, the twins writhing, but still alive, Maya chanting through the wind, Kieran standing fast with her bow raised. Then her gaze snapped back to Lamashtu, hard and unyielding. Delaney lifted her sword. So now you've tasted my blood. She wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, then deliberately licked the blood from her lips, eyes never leaving the demon's face. Still underestimate its worth? She charged. The blade sang as it cut through the air, gold-veined steel slamming into Lamashtu's side with brutal force. Sparks of light and shadow burst on impact. The demon shrieked, and from the sand at her feet, her serpents erupted, black, slick, and fast, burrowing straight toward her aid. Kieran didn't hesitate. Arrow after arrow struck true, pinning the serpents mid-rise, their bodies convulsing once before going still, dissolving back into the sand as if they had never been. Lamashtu screamed again, rage breaking into panic, and in that instant of distraction, Delaney drove her sword forward with everything she had. The blow crushed through flesh and power alike, sending the demon crashing to the ground. Dark blood spilled from the wound, thick and glossy, more like oil than life. It pooled against the sand without soaking in, slick and unnatural, reflecting the firelight in warped, rainbow sheens as Lamashtu writhed beneath it, wounded and reeling. Lamashtu snarled. Her body stiffened as the air around them shifted. The ground trembled and the wind began to rise. A low whisper at first, then building to a fierce howl. The sands of the desert churned around them, forming whirling columns that danced and spiraled with an almost sentient energy. Delaney could feel the shift in the air, the power crackling against her skin, as the desert itself seemed to come alive. Suddenly, the winds converged, and from the swirling sands emerged figures, warriors forged from the very desert. Their forms were humanoid, yet unmistakably otherworldly, composed entirely of shimmering, golden grains. Each warrior held curved swords, spears, and shields, all seemingly carved from hardened sand, yet gleaming as if cast from precious metal. The warriors moved with precision, their sand-laden limbs shifting seamlessly, as though the desert itself willed them to act. Their golden eyes locked onto Lamashtu. The demon hissed, Pazrael. Her wings snapped in agitation as panic set in. The warriors moved as one. The sand around them shifted into massive, undulating waves. They surged forward, surrounding Lamashtu in an unbreakable formation. The demon queen thrashed, her wings sliced through the air, her claws carved deep gashes into the sand warriors, but they did not falter. The more she struck, the more they multiplied, rising from the earth like an endless tide. Their bodies twisted and reassembled, as though reforging themselves from the battlefield itself. Lamashtu's eyes blazed with fury as she used a taloned foot to smash a warrior into the sand, sending it crumbling into a swirl of dust, only for 3 more to rise in its place. No, she snarled, her voice raw with rage. Delaney's heart thundered like a war drum in her chest. She felt the chant pulling at her, threading through her veins even as she drove forward, blade flashing. The words poured from her between breaths and strikes, each syllable vibrating in her core, as fire built inside her with every swing of her sword. She cut through the chaos, her strike landing across Lamashtu's exposed belly, the impact burning with the weight of the words spilling from her lips. The demon shrieked, recoiling as golden fire bit into her flesh. Kieran never stopped moving, her hands trembled on the bowstring, but her aim never wavered. She loosed an arrow straight through the shifting ranks, the shot finding its mark as it sank into Lamashtu's shoulder. Another followed, then another, each one striking true, each rune flaring brighter as the chant carried her. Lamashtu staggered under the combined assault, fury twisting her features as she reeled between sword and arrow, warriors and spell. She screamed, beating her wings violently as she tried to break free, but the sand closed in, the chant tightened its hold, and for the first time, real fear cracked through her rage. The air thickened, crackling with unseen energy. The sky above them churned as storm clouds rolled in, as if the heavens were bearing witness to what was unfolding. In the distance, a figure loomed, tall and shifting like smoke caught in a hurricane. Its form was repulsive and majestic, forged from the same golden grains as the soldiers, but far larger, shaped into a terrifying vision of wind and fury. Its body, humanoid, yet alien, rippled with scales of sand that gleamed like coarse metal under the storm-dark sky. Massive wings of sand unfurled behind it, each feathered edge carved from swirling dust. Its face, reminiscent of ancient nightmares, bore bulging, unblinking eyes set in a canine-like muzzle, framed by curling horns that rose from its brow and swept back like wind-bent branches. Taloned feet rooted it to the storm-swept ground, and where a tail should have been, a writhing column of coiling sand extended and snapped with restless energy. Every inch of it radiated the raw, harsh essence of wind-made flesh, a monstrous guardian shaped by ancient wrath. A subtle gesture, almost imperceptible, rippled through the air, and the sand warriors surged forward, responding to the unseen command. The pressure in the wind intensified, swirling around the battlefield, carrying the invisible force that pushed the warriors like an unstoppable tide toward their enemy. Lamashtu staggered back, her golden eyes darting between the sisters and the warriors surrounding her. A flicker of something crossed her features. Was it doubt? Defeat? She raised both arms, her clawed hands carving symbols into the air, attempting to counter the attacks with wizardry. But the earth had already begun to claim her. The sand shifted beneath her feet, roiling like a living thing. She tried to lift her leg, but the ground clung to her, dragging her down inch by inch. The sand swallowed her feet first, then her legs. She let out a guttural scream, a sound that sent ice racing through Delaney's spine. It was raw and unearthly, filled with wrath and desperation. Lamashtu shrieked, her voice rising in fury as the sand climbed higher. "You are unworthy of this power." Delaney's grip on her sword tightened, her hold tight as she fought the urge to stagger back. The energy surging through her body was overwhelming, like a firestorm roaring just beneath her skin. Kieran gasped, her voice wavering for a moment, before she forced herself to continue the chant. Her hands burned as though she held the sun itself, but she held her bow steady, the tension in the string vibrating with the same resonance as the sand warriors. Lamashtu thrashed harder, her wings beat against the air in furious defiance. The force of it sent shockwaves rippling across the battlefield, knocking Delaney and Kieran back a step. But they, too, did not falter. They chanted louder. The power surged, and the sand climbed higher, wrapping around Lamashtu's torso, then her shoulders. The demon's wild mane whipped around her face, her golden eyes flashed with hatred, as she reached toward Delaney and Kieran, her claws stretching toward them in a final desperate attempt to tear them down with her. "You cannot stop what has already begun," she bellowed. Her words were cut off as the sand closed over her mouth, her scream muffled into silence. Her golden eyes burned with rage as they were consumed last, vanishing beneath the swirling dunes. Then, stillness. The wind slowed and the sand stilled. Delaney and Kieran remained standing, their bodies shaking from the sheer force of what they had just endured. The energy inside them had not vanished. It hummed, quietly now, thrumming in their bones, like an ember waiting to be reignited. Delaney's breath came fast and shallow as she lowered her sword, staring at the place where Lamashtu had stood just moments ago. Kieran exhaled sharply, her grip loosening on her bow. She turned to Delaney, her chest rising and falling in deep, steadying breaths. The sisters glanced at each other, then back at the battlefield, where the last grains of sand tumbled into the chasm, sealing the Demon Queen's fate. Delaney staggered forward, her legs aching from exertion, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Every inch of her body felt as though it had been wrung dry, her limbs heavy, her pulse hammering in her ears. But there was no time to rest. "Kieran," she gasped, turning toward her sister. Kieran was already moving, clutching her side where a deep bruise was forming beneath her ribs. Her grip tightened around her bow, but she nodded. "I'm okay," she lied, pushing forward. Together, they stumbled toward the boys. The twins lay motionless in the sand, their bodies limp, their faces pale. The eerie black veins that had marred their skin were beginning to fade, but their breathing was shallow, and their fingers still twitched involuntarily. Delaney dropped to her knees beside them, pressing a hand to the nearest boy's forehead. He was burning with fever, his body shivering as if caught between two worlds. "Cairo? Darius?" Delaney whispered, her throat tightening. Kieran knelt beside her, running a shaking hand over the other boy's hair. "They're alive," she said, more to reassure herself than anyone else. Behind them, footsteps crunched against the sand. Maya approached with a quiet, measured presence, her white robe catching the golden light of the battlefield's dying chaos. With an intensity in her gaze, and in a low, but commanding voice, she said, "Guardians, the rite is unfinished. Stand, or be unmade." Delaney and Kieran met each other's gaze, fear giving way to resolve, before they turned back to the twins. Delaney realized in that moment, the battle was far from over. Chaos had not been fully driven out, only pushed back. Half the darkness was gone, but the rest was waiting. The boys were still in danger. She swallowed the exhaustion threatening to drag her down, and took a deep breath. Her voice trembled, but she forced the words past her lips as she rejoined Maya in chanting. Maya looked almost peaceful. She was the calm in the storm. She stood over the boys, eyes closed, palms together into her chest, as the words fell from her lips. Kieran also joined in, her voice rough but steady. Maya lifted her arms, her golden cuffs flashed as she reached outward, grasping Delaney's hand with one, and Kieran's with the other. Their fingers locked tight, then Delaney and Kieran seized each other's free hands, sealing the formation above the twins. Instantly, a surge of blinding light erupted around them. 3 towering walls of radiance slammed into place, forming a triangular barrier that roared to life with searing brilliance. Its edges burned white-hot, casting harsh shadows across the battlefield, the air inside trembling as though reality itself had hardened. Their voices rose together as the chant grew louder, steadier, more certain. The space between them seemed to respond. The triangle flickered first with a soft gold glow, then flared into fire. The light shifted again, brighter, stranger, no longer of this world. It held, absolute and immovable, the last shield between the boys and the chaos beyond. Slowly, deliberately, the Sand Warriors stirred and turned their heads in unison, as if hearing the instruction, their hollow golden eyes scanning the battlefield. Their attention, which had been fixed on Lamashtu's sinking form, now drifted toward the one who still remained. Apep. The serpent coiled at the far edge of the battlefield, its massive body writhed in defiance as it fought off Menmater's relentless assault. Its scales shimmered, fractured and scarred from each strike, yet its eyes burned with unyielding fury. Menmatra moved to circle above, his wings sliced through the air with measured precision. He shot back down with savage speed, striking the serpent, forcing it to draw back. As if sensing the shift in the battlefield, Apep lifted his colossal head, its forked tongue whipped through the air, its eyes locked on the glowing triangle in the distance. His body undulated, coiling tighter as he prepared to strike again. But the Sand Warriors were already moving. Their bodies rippled, reforming and reshaping, their collective force rising like a tidal wave of power. Their silent, unrelenting march sent vibrations through the earth, each step pulsing with the weight of history. Delaney's heartbeat pounded in her ears, but she did not stop chanting. She felt the energy surging through her, weaving through her bones, her voice strengthening as the power solidified around them. Apep roared, writhing violently as Menmater's blow sent cracks of golden light splintering across his scaled hide. The serpent lunged, striking with furious desperation, but Menmatra met him head-on, refusing to yield, even as his strength waned. He had fought with death's shadow before, and he would again, until the creature was brought low. Maya broke the barrier, letting go of Delaney and Kieran's hands, though she did not stop chanting. She knelt down and extended a hand over the twins' chests, and their convulsions slowed. Their bodies began to still, their eyes flickering open for the briefest moment, just long enough for Delaney to see something new within them. A recognition, a knowing. With a final surge, the Sand Warriors launched themselves forward, their forms twisting into the howling wind, racing toward Apep with the force of a desert storm. The serpent let out a furious hiss, his body coiling in resistance, but the warriors did not waver. They rose like a tidal wave of golden dust and shadow, descending upon him with unyielding precision. The earth trembled. A low, guttural hiss rattled through the battlefield as Apep reared back, his massive coils twisting, the fading light gleaming off his obsidian scales. The air around him crackled with raw energy, his presence still a force of chaos despite the wounds he bore. A ripple coursed through the soldiers, like a wind whispering across endless dunes. They moved, their forms reshaping, their bodies no longer just warriors but an onslaught, a storm made flesh. Apep lashed out. His fangs snapped toward the nearest warrior, but his attack met nothing but shifting sand. His great body writhed, trying to crush them beneath his weight, but the warriors reformed, surrounding him like the ever-consuming desert itself. Delaney's fingers tightened around her sword hilt. She could feel the hum of the ancient power coursing through the air, the rhythm of the chant still echoing in her bones. Beside her, Kieran, still chanting, was knocking another arrow, aimed at Apep. The wind howled as the warriors surged forward. Apep roared. The sand was swallowing him as it had Lamashtu. Although bound, Apep struck with the force of a hurricane, his twisting coils lashing out with terrifying speed, but Menmatra met each attack with unyielding strength, his crook and flail glowing with divine energy. As Menmatra landed the final, decisive blow, the serpent let out a deafening cry, a sound that seemed to turn reality into liquid. It was like the ripple in a pond if someone cast a stone in it. The sand warriors surrounded Apep in a golden whirlwind as the serpent's massive body twisted in an attempt to gain momentum. Menmatra stood tall, his regal form trembling with the last echoes of power. With a sharp, commanding motion, he drove his crook into the desert floor. The impact boomed like thunder. Sand rippled outward in concentric waves, the desert trembled as if recognizing its master. The dunes heaved, then parted beneath Apep's thrashing coils. The serpent released a guttural, furious hiss before the earth swallowed him whole, dragging him back into the depths of the underworld. His final roar dissolved into the settling silence. As the wind calmed, grains of sand drifted softly back into place. The world seemed to exhale. Menmatra lifted his gaze. High above, there were two blinding stars hovered in the dimming sky, brilliant, sharp, and impossibly close. Their light pulsed in perfect rhythm, as if watching, as if waiting. Something unseen rippled through the air, making Menmatra stiffen. Then, his expression shifted, he turned suddenly, his eyes locked on Delaney. She stood frozen, her gaze tilted skyward, fixed on the twin blinding stars above. Their white-gold brilliance shimmered in her pupils, as if reflecting something only she could see. The force of it struck him so sharply that he looked at Delaney as though he were seeing straight through her skin and bone. A shiver threaded down her spine. But then, just as abruptly as it began, the moment passed. Menmatra turned to Maya, who nodded solemnly, still holding a hand placed on each boy's chest. Delaney and Kieran still hadn't moved. They stood at the feet of the boys, their hands joined once more. "They will recover," Maya said softly, her tone carrying a weight of both relief and exhaustion. "Well done." Delaney's shoulders sagged, and the tension drained from her body, as Maya slowly rose from where she knelt beside the boys. The sands that had once swirled violently around them, now settled in stillness, casting long shadows across the quiet desert. As the weight of the moment pressed down, Kieran's voice broke the silence, with one question that had been relentless in her mind. "I have an idea who you are, but who are the boys to you?" "They are your kin, aren't they?" Kieran asked, her gaze fixed on the twins as they slowly regained their composure. Maya smiled. "They were right about you," she said. Her eyes softened, and she gave a slow, thoughtful nod before answering. When she did, her voice was quiet but firm. "Yes, they are blood of my blood." She looked at Menmatra and smiled, softening her tone. "Our blood." Returning her gaze back to the sisters, and strengthening her tone, she continued, "Their destiny is a great one. They will choose the ultimate sacrifice for the balance. Like you, their future is one that holds great significance, not only to this world, but to the very fabric of the cosmos. Lamashtu sought to end the blessing before it began, to destroy our bloodline before they could fulfill that destiny." Delaney's brow furrowed, and she looked down at the boys, who were now steadying themselves, their faces pale but returning to a more natural hue. She couldn't help but feel a surge of protectiveness for them. Are you kidding? They are 11 fucking years old, Delaney said, barely louder than a whisper. Kieran smirked. Delaney, language. We're standing in front of a goddess and a king for fuck's sake, she said, smirking, only half joking. Delaney rolled her eyes. You had to get that in there, didn't you? Kieran briefly looked at her sister. You walked right into that one. Maya's gaze lingered on the twins before meeting Delaney's eyes. She ignored their banter and continued, their youth and innocence made them vulnerable. Lamashtu preyed upon that, luring them with the promise of wisdom and power, as she devoured their souls bit by bit. She was going to use them to harness their energy, and rebirth her wrath upon the world. She thought she could control them. Apep, the fool, made a deal that he would deliver the boys to her if she aided him in defeating my father. But they underestimated the power of the collective. She looked warmly at Delaney and Kieran, and our alliances. Delaney looked down at the boys, their bodies now seeming to hum with a subtle, otherworldly power. They were so young, so unaware of what they carried inside them. It made her heart ache. Kieran stepped forward, raising a finger. So, there was a lot of name-calling. Halflings? What's that about? Menmatra approached from the edge of the temple, his figure still regal and powerful, despite the toll of the battle. He spoke, his voice was low, but held a certain gravity to it that commanded attention. By now, you are aware your lineage is no ordinary one. You're descendants of gods and rulers, whose influence spans back to the dawn of time. And with that, comes a power that is not easily understood. You have both the blood of the gods, and of mortals. You are halflings. Nevertheless, you are also the key to something far greater than yourselves. Your destiny is not just to survive, it is to protect. It is a heavy burden, often thankless, but rewarding, Maya added. Delaney couldn't hold her confusion in. She asked, wait, half-human? What does that mean? Kieran responded, sarcastically. Naturally. It means we need to update our social media profiles. Delaney rolled her eyes. Can you be serious? She said to her sister, not taking her eyes off Menmatra, still waiting for an answer that never came. Instead, Maya spoke. Maya's eyes held a deep heaviness. Securing my bloodline was the goal, yes. But it was never only about saving the boys. It was also about ensuring the stability of the collective, keeping the faith of those who walk in the ether, and maintaining balance. You and Kieran have become formidable warriors in this realm. Your role is vital in the balance of things. What happens next, the path you walk, the choices you make or don't make, will shape the future of many. The weight of her words hung in the air. Delaney didn't know what to say at first. Her grandparents had revealed to her she was a guardian, and what that meant, but the more she found out, the heavier the weight got. Stopping Draugr from retrieving a rock was far different than saving two possessed boys from an ancient demon and god. Her heart raced from the adrenaline from the battle, from the terror she'd felt for the boys, for the world that hung in the balance. The boys stirred, their eyes blinking in confusion, as if they were just now beginning to wake from some terrible dream. Delaney took a step toward them, her hand instinctively reaching out to offer comfort, though she had no idea what came next. Kieran squeezed her hand, her voice quiet but firm. They're okay. They are safe now. Menmatra turned to Delaney and Kieran, his piercing gaze lingering for a moment on each of them. His gratitude shone through his eyes, but his words were measured. Apep is where he belongs, and the devourer is exiled, he said, his voice deep and resonant, a melody of strength and relief. You have proved your valor this day, halflings, he added, with a small smirk. He turned his attention to Maya. My love, never hesitate, he said with conviction, his voice a low, commanding hum. You always make the right decision. Summoning Pizrael will not come at a cost. To you, anyway. Or any of you, I will ensure it. Maya's lips pressed into a thin line, her hands clenching and unclenching, as though weighing the implications of his words. And if you're wrong? She asked quietly, her voice laced with a rare uncertainty. Never, Menmatra replied, smirking, his tone absolute. He inclined his head slightly, his sharp features softening ever so slightly. Trust yourself. Delaney and Kieran raised an eyebrow at the interaction. I knew it, Kieran said, hitting Delaney's elbow in jest. Delaney elbowed her sister back. "Stop it, Kieran," she said, in a low voice. Matching her sister's tone, Kieran said, "Did you see how she called his name?" "I'm just saying. It's right there. Like a mythological novella. I'm here for it." Menmatra turned back to the sisters. His gaze lingered, igniting a faint vibration in their veins. It was as if the air between them crackled, leaving the women rooted in place. "The fire bound to your blood has awakened," he said cryptically, pointing to the sky. Delaney and Kieran looked up, immediately squinted, before shielding their eyes, and returning confused eyes back to Menmatra. He offered no explanation, as he stepped back, his form shimmering like the surface of a star. The light grew brighter, forcing the three women to shield their eyes. When the brilliance faded, he was gone, leaving behind only a single, radiant speck in the night sky. Maya exhaled, breaking the silence. "We must leave. There should be no trace of what happened here. You have to get back with the stone, and I need to get the boys out of here and reunited with their parents." Delaney glanced around the now quiet desert, her sharp eyes scanning for something. "Wait, the stone. Where's the—" Kieran held up a hand, the artifact balancing in the other. "Like I'd let this out of my sight," she said, her tone laced with mock offense. Delaney smiled at her sister. "Thank goodness." Kieran smirked. "You're welcome." Before Delaney could fire off another sarcastic remark, Maya stepped forward, her movements deliberate and precise. She extended her arms, her fingers splaying wide before curling inward as though grasping invisible threads. A low hum resonated through the still, golden air of Egypt, soft at first, but quickly growing louder, vibrating in the very space around them. Maya's hands moved with a dancer's grace, weaving complex patterns as if carving ancient symbols into the atmosphere. With every motion, faint ribbons of golden light trailed from her fingertips, shimmering like the glint of sun sinking behind desert dunes. The sun had dipped low, stretching the world in long, warm ribbons of amber and red. Shadows pooled in the hollows of the sand, flickering with the growing intensity of Maya's conjured light. The hum deepened, and the air around them seemed to thicken, charged with an unseen power, as the light before Maya began to coalesce into a swirling, golden vortex. The portal took shape slowly, like a sun blooming in reverse. A circular frame of radiant gold rose from nothing, its edges etched with intricate carvings that glowed with a life of their own. Ancient symbols, hieroglyphic, celestial, and wholly unearthly, formed and dissolved along the rim, pulsing in time with Maya's rhythmic movements. The shimmering center rippled like liquid gold, reflecting Egypt's burning horizon one moment, then shifting to reveal the cool, tempered glow of afternoon light in Washington, D.C. Maya stepped forward, extending a hand to each of them. "Hurry." Beyond the shimmering gateway, Delaney could see the soft, sterile glow of her office within the Smithsonian, the rows of bookshelves and the faint gleam of polished wood. Kieran's voice broke her reverie. "Come on, Delaney." Delaney tightened her grip on Kieran's hands. "Yeah, sorry." Together, they stepped forward, and the sensation was instant and overwhelming. Crossing the threshold felt like diving headfirst into a pool of liquid light. A rush of cool, crisp air replaced the warm desert breeze, carrying with it the faint tang of rain and the industrial hum of a waking city. Delaney's senses blurred, the world spinning in a whirl of golden hues and fragmented glimpses of Egypt fading into the Smithsonian. For a moment, it felt like her very essence was stretched and compressed all at once, her heartbeat the only steady rhythm amidst the disorienting chaos. Then, silence. They stood in Delaney's office. The room was familiar yet oddly surreal after the desert's vast emptiness. The polished oak desk sat near the window, stacks of papers and books scattered across its surface. The soft hum of fluorescent lighting mixed with the faint sounds of the waking city outside. Pale morning light filtered through the large windows, casting a silvery glow on the marble floor and the rows of ancient artifacts displayed in cases along the walls. Delaney stumbled slightly, catching herself on the edge of her desk. She took a deep breath, the cool, air-conditioned air filling her lungs and grounding her. "Well," she muttered, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face, "I guess, my initial analysis is this stone is authentic." Kieran chuckled, straightening her jacket. "There may be some weight to that assertion." The glow of the portal lingered in the room even after Delaney and Kieran stepped through, its light pulsating faintly before collapsing in on itself with a quiet, shimmering hiss. The sudden stillness that followed was deafening. Delaney turned, half expecting to see Maya behind them, her serene, commanding presence filling the space. But the room was empty save for the two of them, the faint hum of early morning life outside the Smithsonian breaking the quiet. The girls exchanged a knowing glance and Delaney nodded, as she suddenly noticed a weight settled in her hand. She glanced down and froze. There, in the hand Maya had held, was an envelope made of thick, cream-colored parchment and a small, delicate piece of an amulet. The fragment shimmered faintly in the dim light, its intricate carvings radiating an ancient energy. "What's this?" Delaney muttered, carefully tearing open the envelope as Kieran stepped closer, her expression curious. Delaney unfolded the letter inside, her fingers brushing against the thick parchment. The handwriting was unmistakably Maya's, precise, flowing, and deliberate. Clearing her throat, she began to read aloud. "As I have explained, my place, for now, is with the boys. I will see to their family's safe return home and ensure their parents understand the importance of the amulet. The center of the amulet, which you now hold, must remain with the stone. It is a key, as much as it is a safeguard. The twins each carry a portion of the amulet. Cairo bears the right wing and Darius the left. Their parents have been instructed to keep these fragments near the boys until their 26th birthday." Delaney paused, turning the small piece of the amulet over in her hand. The fragment was delicate, crafted from vibrant turquoise faience. The central scarab was perfectly smooth, its surface bearing faintly shimmering hieroglyphs. "This is gorgeous," Delaney muttered, holding it up to the light. "The detail is incredible." Kieran leaned closer to examine the object, her brows furrowing. 26? Kieran sharply interrupted. "That's not random. It's intentional." Delaney nodded and looked at her sister. "Intentional means planned, and planned means dangerous." She refocused on the letter and continued reading. "In 1 week, I will contact Professor Nakamura and instruct him that the artifact's permitted time of assessment has ended, and I will be there to collect it. Once I have the stone secured, I will give it to you so that you can keep the blood stone, the sand stone, and the amulet in a secure place. I know that you have given the bloodstone to Warden. He is a welcomed ally. He should keep the sand stone and the amulet with it together. Their energies are interlocked, and their safety is paramount." "Bloodstone," Delaney repeated looking at Kieran. This is the first time anyone, but her and Kieran, refer to their stone as the bloodstone. "Sandstone," she said aloud, appropriate, she thought. Kieran was now pacing near the desk. "Interlocked energies," Kieran echoed. "A poetic way of saying, if you screw this up, everything could explode." Delaney sighed, turning her gaze back to the letter's final lines. "It was a pleasure working with you. Until next time, Guardians. Maya." "Next time," Delaney repeated, the words heavy with implication. She let out a dry laugh. "Why does that sound less like a farewell, and more like, see you tomorrow?" Kieran crossed her arms, leaning against the desk. "Because it probably is." She paused for a moment, then continued, pushing herself off the desk. "You know, in the ride, the car, not the time and space ride, I was thinking?" Delaney glanced at the shimmering piece in her hand. "And?" Kieran exhaled, then got up and began pacing a slow half-circle before speaking again. "I can't help it," she said with a shrug that tried, and failed, to hide her enthusiasm. "You know me, I've been thinking about the numbers. All of them." She stopped and faced Delaney, tapping a finger in the air like she was drawing invisible connections. "Okay, so, Ramses II ruled for something like 66 years, 2 months, and 9 days. Wow, super specific. Go on," Delaney said. "Bear with me here but..." Kieran said, looking Delaney in her eye, "Add those digits together, 6 plus 6 plus 2 plus 9. She didn't wait for an answer. 23. Which is ironic, because 2 plus 3 gives you 5. The number of points on a star. The ancient Egyptians used 5-pointed stars to mark divinity in the sky. So his reign reduced to a star. Delaney blinked. And the 26? The punchline, Kieran said, finally smiling. He was mourned for 26 days. 2 plus 6 gives you 8. The number of rays in the sun symbol, the same sun tied to Ra. So his death reduced to a sun. She pointed between them like the conclusion was obvious. A star for his life. A sun for his death. And the amulet waits 26 years, 8 rays again, until it decides who carries the next chapter. A celestial timer. Kieran crossed her arms, satisfied. So if his rule was a star, and his mourning was a sun, she said, nodding toward Delaney, then the legacy isn't far-fetched at all. It's math. The throne wasn't the point. The sky was the signature. She moved to walk away from Delaney, but quickly turned back to say, "Oh, and consider this. 11 is a master number in numerology, a number of intuition, vision, and heightened awareness. It fits perfectly with the timing of the amulet, the awakening, the pattern that stretches from history into now. The universe, or fate, or whatever you want to call it, has a way of repeating significant points. Ages, cycles, numbers, they resonate. They echo." Delaney smiled at her sister. "You know, the universe got a few things right. Our wagon's hooked to the same star, for one." "Agreed. And, I'm glad you mentioned it," she said with a wide smile. "Did you see my bow?" "The universe clearly knows me," she said enthusiastically. "Horses must be next." Delaney looked at her sister and laughed. "How did we get there?" "Anyway, yes, I did. You were pretty good. I mean, for the first time and all." Yeah. Practice, I know. Practice today makes me Hawkeye tomorrow. Just saying," she added with a shrug. Delaney's eyes lit up, a mischievous smile forming. "Speaking of the universe getting things right, guess what?" Kieran raised a brow. "You're going to try to one-up my longbow skills?" Delaney grinned wider. "No, but I told Cyrus about the ant funeral." Kieran blinked once, then burst into laughter. "You did not." "I did," Delaney confirmed proudly. Full disclosure. Emotional breakdown, Mariah Carey tribute, tiny gravesite. The whole thing. Kieran doubled over, clutching her sides. "Oh my God. You're an historian, a guardian, and now an officially documented ant funeral officiant." Delaney nodded, laughing. "I know. Isn't that amazing?" "And what did he do?" Kieran demanded, wiping tears from her eyes. "Question his life choices?" "He said ants actually do something called necro something," Delaney replied, trying, and failing, to sound composed. "Apparently they remove their dead from the colony. So technically, I witnessed a legitimate funeral." Kieran stared at her for a beat, then lost it again. "Fantastic. Not only did you traumatize yourself as a child, you accidentally conducted field research." Still laughing, Kieran crossed her arms. "So Cyrus said, huh? There are definitely more details than an ant memorial service waiting for me about this interaction, right?" Delaney hesitated, cheeks warming. "It was a date." Kieran's arms dropped. "What? A date? And I'm just hearing about this now?" "There were slightly more pressing issues we had to," Delaney began, but stopped as her phone started ringing. It must have fallen out of her pocket before they left with Maya. She picked it up from the floor in front of her desk and saw True's name on the caller ID. Frowning, she answered and put it on speaker. "Hey True, what's?" "Delaney, I tried calling you and Kieran all night. No one answered," True said, her voice tight enough to make both sisters go still. Kieran's expression shifted instantly. "True, what's wrong?" There was a beat of silence. "It's Dad. Something's happened." Delaney and Kieran looked at each other, then said in unison, "We're coming home."
Thank you for listening with Gale of Tales. If you enjoyed this presentation, please like, comment, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to hit the notification bell so you never miss a story. Follow us on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook for more.